Management and Law, Professor A. Vinay Kumar, distinguished celebrity speakers, Dr. Meena Kandasamy, Ms. Kalki Subramaniam, and Mr. Shrikant, esteemed convener of LitFest SAHITYA 2.0 and head of the Department of English and Foreign Languages, Dr. L. Kavita Nair, learned professors, dedicated members of the organizing committee, dynamic research scholars, enthusiastic students and participants, and to all the lovers of literature. On behalf of the Literary Club, Zephyr, and the Department of English and Foreign Languages, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, I, Pooja Sri Venkatesan, along with Mr. Ram Suresh, extend a warm welcome to you all to SRM's LitFest Sahitya 2.0.
Sahitya 2.0 is a celebration of literature's profound ability to shape mind, culture, and the future. This festival unites writers, thinkers, and enthusiasts from diverse backgrounds, all driven by shared passion for storytelling and creative expression. Over the next 2 days, we will discover new voices, revisit timeless classics, and engage in thought provoking conversations that challenge perspectives and spark creativity. Whether through poetry, fiction, or stimulating discussion, Sahitya 2.0 is where words come to life. And we sincerely hope that each one of you will find inspiration in every session.
As we embark on this splendid literary journey to set the tone for our LitFest 2024, let's invoke the divine muse of creativity and inspiration. I request Ram Suresh and Karthikeyan to sing the Tamil Thai Valtu. I request all of you to please erase for Tamil Thai Valtu.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெளிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர்ச்சிறந்த திராவிடனர் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த வெறும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, Karthikeyan and Ram Suresh, for that soulful rendition. A single beam of light is enough to dispel many shadows. With this thought, we begin by lighting the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of illumination of ideas and the creative spark that literature kindles in our hearts and minds. I now humbly invite our esteemed dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp.
Thank you, dignitaries, for illuminating the LitFest. Now it's my honor to invite a distinguished personality who has been a guiding force, a pillar support, and the brain behind this event. Dr. L. Kavita Nair, the head of the Department of English and Foreign Languages, who has been an instrumental in bringing Sahitya 2.0 to life. And it's under her leadership that we continue to explore new realms of knowledge. I request Dr. Kavita Nair to welcome the August gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to welcome you all to LitFest SAHITYA 2.0, the second edition. Last time we had SAHITYA 1.0, which was in a different color. This time it's a very different experimentation. This is organized by Zephyr, Department of English and Foreign Languages, College of Engineering and Technology, SRM IST Klatanglitor. I am proud to stand at this prestigious SRM Institute of Science and Technology, which is committed to excellence in education, research, and innovation, and which is also one of the largest multidisciplinary university. It is the realization of the goal of our Chancellor, Dr. Parivender, a visionary leader, educationist, dedicated to transforming the landscape of higher education in India. His unwavering focus on quality education, skill development, and global exposure has propelled SRMIST into the ranks of top institutions. Our Honorable Chancellor has been a strong advocate for preserving language, culture, and literature. His initiatives are committed to ensuring that language and literature remain integral parts of the educational experience at SRM IST, fostering a sense of identity, dignity, and cultural continuity among students and the wider community. So dear students, before we begin into this, a special word of gratitude to the dynamic leader, Vice Chancellor Dr. C. Muthamil Shelvin, Honorable Registrar Dr. S. Ponusami, Inspirational Dean CET Dr. T.V. Gopal, who himself is a great literature enthusiast, and Dr. John Thiruvadigal, Chair, School of Basic Sciences, for their support and encouragement and in organizing this beautiful endeavor called LitFest SAHITYA 2.0. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, Faculty, Science and Humanities, Management and Law. A scholar who deeply values lifelong learning, something that aligns beautifully with the ethos of the LitFest. LitFest serve as powerful reminders that learning knows no boundaries, just as literature transcends time and space. I'm also thrilled to welcome our remarkable speakers who will enrich this festival and the gathering with their wisdom and insight. Yes, Dr. Meena Kandasamy, celebrated poet, translator, activist, Mr. Shrikant KG, accent trainer with a mission to fix pronunciation errors, Ms. Kalki Subramaniam, transgender rights activist, social worker, artist, actress, writer, inspirational speaker, entrepreneur, Mr. Priyanshu Modi, artist by definition, a filmmaker and writer, Mr. Shankarji De, filmmaker, researcher, and scriptwriter, and Mr. Ravinder Singh, who likes to introduce himself as the Indian software engineer and who's also a best-selling author. Now, I understand that these few lines will definitely not do justice to these huge array of speakers that we have for the 2 days of LitFest, but then this is just a tip of the iceberg, and I'll wait for my Zephyr team to continue and finish it off, because this is just a trailer, and to mention that picture abhi bahut baki hai. So just a trailer now. So a warm welcome to the enthusiastic participants from other colleges who have taken time to support this celebration. A loving welcome to my dear faculty members, scholars, students, and faculty from other departments and colleges, and the formidable Zephyr team. Now, just a bit of history on LitFest. Now, think we stand today amidst a rich global tradition called LitFest, and almost 18 to 14 kinds of LitFests are there. The term itself is prestigious enough, LitFest, Literature Festival, that celebrates literature. Can you name a few of the LitFests that you are aware of? Yes? The Hindu LitFest, the prestige and pride of Tamil Nadu and almost India. So think of the grandeur that Jaipur Literature Festival adds, the intellectual rigor of the Hay Festival in the UK, the vibrant voices at the Edinburgh International Book Festival, or the celebratory atmosphere of the Hindu LitFest. These have gained prominence here in India for creating a platform that blends tradition with modern literary trends. So LitFests across the world, whether from Brooklyn Book Festival in the US to Emirates Airline Festival of Literature in Dubai, they all have one thing in common, and that we too have it here. And that is bringing people together to celebrate the power of words and the connections we build through storytelling. Now, Sahitya 2.0 is a special event for us, setting its own narrative. For it is not only a literary fest, but a symbol for what our department and SRMIST stands for: diversity, creativity, and a thirst for knowledge. So over the next 2 days, we will witness these 6 extraordinary speakers who will share their deep insights on literature, culture, and the arts. I invite you all to join in the journey of unfolding their perspectives in order to challenge ourselves and get inspired. Now, we have some entertainments planned along for you as we get into these 2 days. So can literature and drama be far behind or left aside? No. So we have for you our EFL Theatre Tribe. They are set to present a captivating performance that promises to take us into the world of art and expression, and with the power to stir emotions, provoke reflection. And that's why all of us are here, to reflect on ourselves. And we are all also thrilled to unveil our very first poetry collection called Verses Unbound, a collaboration between students, faculty, and researchers from various disciplines across university. This unique collection reflects the multidisciplinary spirit of SRM IST and showcases the depth of talent across students and the faculty members. So in addition to these enriching sessions, I think you already must have seen as you entered the halls, the LitFest Bazaar, which has almost 10 to 12 stalls that cater to the diverse tastes of our students. So it began on October 21st, and it will be there till 24th. And our campus, we would like our campus to transform into a lively hub of creativity, culture, and conversations. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the unwavering dedication of our EFL Zephyr team. As I said, they are a formidable group of faculty and students and scholars. And that's how all of us have gathered here today. So literature invites us to understand not only the world, but also ourselves, our flaws, our strengths, and our capacity for growth. So I'd like to invoke this quote this small quotation that to err is, yes, please complete. To err is human, and to forgive is divine. So let us all believe in this and become more humble, better human beings. So as we embark on this literary journey together over the next 2 days, let us celebrate not just art of storytelling, but also the community it fosters. So engage with ideas, listen to the voices, and allow yourselves to be swept away by the magic of the festival. With that, I am delighted to welcome you all into LitFest 2024 Sahitya 2.0. To the remarkable human beings on the dais and off the dais, thank you and enjoy the festival. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that warm note of welcome that sets the pitch tone, perfect tone and pitch for what promises to be an exciting and enriching journey at Sahitya 2.0. It is now time for a moment of deep appreciation as we felicitate our esteemed guests. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. In the spirit of this thought, we take this opportunity to recognize and honor the remarkable contributions of our distinguished guests. I request Honorable Professor Vinay Kumar to felicitate Ms. Kalki Subramaniam with a bouquet and memento. I request Professor Vinay Kumar to felicitate Mr. Shrikant with a bouquet and a memento. I kindly request Sir to felicitate Dr. Meena Kandasamy ma'am with a bouquet and a memento. I now request Dr. L. Kavita Nair ma'am to felicitate Professor Vinay Kumar with a bouquet. Thank you, dignitaries. Next, to provide us with an exciting overview of the incredible voyage of Sahitya 2.0, I invite Dr. Monica Nair, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, to brief about Zephyr and highlight the key activities and events we can look forward to during this year's LitFest.
Thank you, Pooja. Good morning, all. I don't see the vibrance over here. Good morning, all. It's my pleasure to give an overview of this program. For being the founder of Zephyr, the Literary Guild, along with our HOD, I'm thrilled to share the overview. Zephyr, the Literary Guild, where words weave magic. SRM witnessed the birth of a literary heaven as Zephyr, the Literary Guild, entered the scene with a bang on October 11, 2022. The Guild quickly established its presence with a massive event called Sahitya, the LitFest, a celebration of literature that showcases the vibrant tapestry of words and ideas. Unity in diversity was the cornerstone of the Guild's ethos. Sahitya 1.0, our first literary fest, commenced in Faraday Hall of SRM IST on February 8, 2024, with a grand inauguration ceremony. Dr. Kavita Nair, head of the Department English and Foreign Languages at SRM IST, graced the event as esteemed chief guest, setting the stage for a day filled with intellectual discourse and creative expression. The events were filled with a clash of wit, with compelling arguments in the debate, showcase of talent in the competitions, keeping the audience thoroughly engaged. Excuse me. Nothing is working. No, no. It's not working. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for today's event, the first speaker of the day, we have the renowned Indian poet, activist, and the powerful voice of the marginalized, Dr. Ilavenil Meena Kandaswamy. Dr. Ilavenil Meena Kandaswamy is a prominent Indian poet, fiction writer, translator, and activist. Her poetry collections, Touch and Miss Militancy, explores the theme of oppression and social justice. As a dedicated activist, she has edited the Dalit magazines and received international recognition, including the Herman Gueston Prize of 2022. Kandaswamy's writing and activism have made a significant impact on Indian literature and society. Up next, the second speaker of the day. I am honored to introduce a visionary leader and a champion of social justice, whose unwavering dedication has paved way for transgender equality. Please welcome Ms. Kalki Subramanian. Ms. Kalki Subramanian is a leading transgender right activist and social worker from Tamil Nadu. She has been advocating for transgender rights since 2005, using art, film, and literature to raise awareness. The last speaker of the day. Let's give a warm round of applause to the Instagram influencer, a linguistic guru who has made a significant impact on language learning in India. It is my privilege to present Mr. Srikanth KG. Mr. Srikanth KG is a passionate language enthusiast and skilled communicator who has dedicated himself to improving English pronunciation in India. As a freelance voiceover artist, English pronunciation coach, and video presenter, Mr. Srikanth has become a trusted source for those seeking to enhance your language skills. New day, new speaker, tomorrow. We get to be transported into the world of emotions as we introduce the extraordinary storyteller, Mr. Priyanshu Modi. In today's digital era, words have become our most powerful tools and self-expression. Amidst the noise and cluster, Mr. Priyanshu Modi stands out as a master storyteller. With each carefully chosen words, Modi paints vivid picture of human emotions with a lasting mark on our hearts. Get ready to be inspired by the visionary filmmaker, Mr. Shankajit Dey, whose documentaries have left a lasting impact on the world of cinema. Mr. Shankajit Dey is a filmmaker and researcher known for his ethnographic documentaries. We are indeed very happy to have him here at SRM. The final highlight, the much awaited, vibrant session with Mr. Ravinder Singh, whose personal journey has inspired millions through his captivating novels. Mr. Ravinder Singh is an Indian software engineer turned author who has gained significant recognition for his poignant narrator. The novel's authenticity and emotional impact solidifies Singh's reputation as a promising writer. I'm sure the speakers are going to get you glued to your seats. Stay calm and enjoy Sahitya 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's now time to introduce our esteemed chief guest for the day. Now I invite Dr. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Foreign Languages, to introduce our distinguished chief guest, Honorable Professor A. Vinay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Faculty of Science and Humanities, Management and Law, SRM.
Warm greetings to the dignitaries on the dais and enthusiastic spectators. I'm indeed privileged to introduce the chief guest of today's event, the LitFest SAHITYA 2.0. He's none other than Professor A. Vinay Kumar, the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Faculty of Science and Humanities, Management and Law. Professor Vinay Kumar did his MBA in Finance and PhD in Entrepreneurial Finance at the Osmania University. He has 25 inspiring years of excellence in academics, research, and administration. During this tenure, he has held various esteemed positions such as the Director and Professor of Finance across prestigious academic institutions like the NMIMS, Bangalore, and the IIM Lucknow, contributing to the development of curriculum that bridge the gap between theoretical and practical applications. Professor Vinay is a towering figure in academia, renowned for his intellectual leadership and multidisciplinary expertise. In his promising career, he has been a part of several successful missions involving curriculum reappraisal, course designs, launching diploma and executive training programs, chairing prominent committees, research initiatives, handling accreditation processes, and the list goes on. His contributions have significantly influenced the shaping of educational standards and practices with a focus on holistic development, critical thinking, and ethical scholarship. But beyond his academic achievements, Professor Vinay is a passionate advocate of arts and literature. He believes in the transformative power of literature, not just as a reflection of society, but as a powerful tool for shaping and building a better nation. His understanding of how literature can inspire, challenge, and cultivate empathy makes him the most deserving person to be the chief guest of the LitFest SAHITYA 2.0. With this brief introduction, I humbly invite Professor Vinay to deliver the presidential address. Welcome, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். The literary luminaries on the dais, Kavita, Dr. Kavita Nair, for inviting me. I express my gratefulness to you. Okay. See, I am a finance professor, and I'm the wrong person in the wrong gathering. Because, it always overwhelms me when I see literary personalities. And literature is something that I have a passion, but I'm not a literary person. I don't believe that, I have that in me, okay? But I am a consumer of literature. I have an appreciation for literature. I'm a fan of literature. So I don't know whether I deserve to be here as a fan of literature, but I think, it is typically when you look at, if you were to ask a finance professor, the faculties, mental faculties that we use is logic. And it is, for me, I don't enjoy movies because I wake up in the movie. While the narrative is on, you shouldn't wake up in a movie in the sense that you should just go with the story, right? You should never interpret the story while the story is on, right? So I have difficulty watching movies. I have difficulty, absorbing narratives because, the logic kicks in. And when the logic kicks in, actually the fun of the narrative is actually going to get diminished. But there are, powerful narratives that simply alter the way you think. And that's why, I think everybody should have an appreciation for literature. I have a lot of reading interests, but typically fiction is not the thing that I consume a lot. I usually read nonfiction, but there are some fiction things that simply change it the way I look at fiction. For instance, there is this book called The Library of Babel by Borges. And you know what? Actually, you can Google the Library of Babel, and then the library exists as we speak. And this is a fictional universe. It's a conception of a library, which is actually a universe. And every word that you can think about, every sentence that you can think about is already there, written in this library. And the library is organized as hexagons, and books are organized, and everything that you can possibly think about is already written in a book in that library. Now, the moment you have, any sentence that probably is going to be written in the future is also written in that particular, in a certain book in that library. Now, when you have a library like that, what do? You'd like to read every book and every page of it so that you don't miss any literary marvel that is there already. So, but the point is, all the books that you find in that book, 99.9% is pure gibberish. It's all permutations and combinations of 26 letters of English. So in other words, all permutations and combinations are actually there. So you can't make meaning out of these books. Okay. So then what happens is this, then there's going to be this search. Hey, what is that, is there a book that will tell us exactly how to use this library? Is there a book that will tell us that this is the index, this is how you should go about for reading any book? Then if you have a guide like that, then what happens is it becomes easy for you to absorb the knowledge that is there in that library. But people are in search of that index. Nobody finds that. Similarly, there are cults within that library who believe that the gibberish itself is truth. Okay? And there are people who believe actually there is a person who read everything in this library. And people are in search of that person. If you ever find that person will tell you what is there in this library. Okay? So when you read this book, it's like, actually this is true. We are searching for that, phenomenal work of literature. And what is that? So there is a lot of literature available. How do you find a book that makes meaning for yourself? It's not easy. Okay. And every literary piece is going to give you a certain perspective that will unlock your thinking in a certain way. So we are in ever, a perennial search that makes us think in a different way, makes us as a person. So I think literature and fictional works have this power to, transform human beings in a certain way. And when you have festivals like this, This is like that, I was telling you, is there an index book that will tell you how to go about finding the right book, right literary, marvel. And some of these forums actually give you the platform to find that person who has read all the books in that library of Babel. Okay, so this platform is very important for you. And the next 2 days that the type of personalities that you'll meet, I'm sure will unlock your thinking. Okay, a lot of you must be engineers. Okay, typically, engineers are also very logical and things like that, right? I hope that, not every engineer is like that, but so point is, I appreciate the English and foreign languages department for organizing this festival, because I'd like to be part of it and understand, listen to all the personalities who are here. But unfortunately, I can't be the participant sometimes. It's a sad thing. Okay, but others can enjoy this forum and get enlightened. And please don't miss that movement of transforming yourself. So I wish you all the luck. I wish you all the luck for the organizers also. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought provoking address. Your insights have truly enriched our understanding and added immense value to Sahitya 2.0. We are deeply honored to have you with us today, and your words will surely resonate with us throughout this festival and beyond. Thank you once again for gracing us with your presence and sharing your words of wisdom. Thank you.
As we approach the end of this inaugural ceremony of LitFest SAHITYA 2.0, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has graced and worked for this occasion. Thank you. We will now break. We will now take a short break to recharge and refresh. Please make your way back in here in 15 minutes, at least by 11 a.m., so that we can continue with our literary venture at Sahitya 2.0. Enjoy your break. Thank you. Can you please settle down?
All the students standing outside, please get inside and take your seats. Dr. Meena Kandasamy will shortly begin the session. Everyone is requested to come inside the hall and be comfortably seated.
Shall bottle over here for ma'am? Okay. Shall I sit? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. We are now ready to dive into our first session of the day. Meet our passionate moderator, Mr. Raghav, our first year of CSE Core, who will guide us to this engaging session with Dr. Meena Kandaswamy. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Raghav, who will take over the further proceedings.
Everyone has the right to refute any opinion, but no one has the right to prevent the expression of it said E.V. Ramasamy Periyar. And today, we are beyond thrilled to invite someone who has mastered the art of self-expression. We have the privilege of welcoming visionary writer, poet, and activist Dr. Meena Kandasamy, who has not only inspired and found herself through literature, but has shed light on societal problems through her works. Born in 1984, Dr. Meena Kandasamy began writing poetry at the age of 17 and started translating books by Dalit leaders into English. The activist in her steeps to all of her literary works, fusing together and fighting against bigotry and injustice every step of the way. Her works boldly tackle issues of caste, gender, and societal inequalities. In the first decade of her career, Dr. Kandasamy published Touch and Miss Militancy, both of which are a collector of her poetry, and the latter is based on Kannagi, the hero of the ancient Tamil epic Silapadigaram. In 2007, she translated Dravidian ideologues Periyar's feminist tract, Why Were Women Enslaved, into English, and co-wrote the first English biography of Kerala's iconic Dalit leader, Ayankali. Over the next decade, she published her first novel, The Gypsy Goddess, which is about the Kilvanmany massacre, which became a notable event of the time. In a second novel, When I Hit You, she drew upon her own experiences to lift the veil of silence that surrounds domestic violence and marital rape in India. In 2022, she was elected as a Fellow of the Royal Society of Literature and was also awarded the Penn Herman Keston Prize for her works as a fearless fighter for democracy, human rights, and the free world. Her latest work, Tomorrow Someone Will Arrest You, was published in 2023. It's a collection of her poetry, in which she walks from blunt complaint to lyric evocation. Let's give it up for a writer whose work has touched the heart of her readers, offering hope, shedding light on injustice, and championing equality for all. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Meena Kandasamy.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. Um, Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the organizers of this LitFest, and special thanks to Professor Gail René Francois for inviting me. When she asked me on what I want to speak about, I said to her, I want to talk about writing in the age of artificial intelligence, or how do we look at this, the existence of writers in a time where you can get any kind of content via AI. And part of the reason that first came to me was because when I got the invitation for this event, it came to me on WhatsApp, and it was this very personal message that came from Professor Gale, who said, we're having a LitFest, we want to try to reach you. Are you interested in coming? Could you, do one of these 2 dates? And it's actually, it should be the way, but it's actually so rare to get this kind of personalized messages, because what I get these days, at least in the last 1 year, are messages that I can read and see that are written by ChatGPT. So they're calling you to a festival, they don't even bother writing the email. So ChatGPT writes an email. And it's ChatGPT because it says, one of your work which deals with this topic is very important. I'm like, you are inviting me, and why should this email tell me about my work? Right? Like, why does any email have to list, an email that invites you have to list all the books that you have written? And then you realize this is because somebody just wrote a prompt into ChatGPT saying, please write an invitation letter for this festival. Just copy paste. And then you realize that, so many things have, and especially when it comes from engineering colleges, IITs, this is the routine template. So this is something that I really wanted to talk about AI versus the writer. Comes from this very particular background of what is the debate or discourse within the literary community of how we look at AI. So for instance, last year, there was this massive strike, massive strike by Hollywood writers against the use of AI by major studios. So they went on strike. It was a very long strike, and they actually won the strike. So the strike was about the fact that studios, at the end of the strike, they settled on terms, the studios and the writers. So one of those terms was that studios will not use AI to generate drafts of scripts and then give it to writers and ask them to modify it. Because when AI generates a script and then you work on it as a writer, you're paid less. They also said that AI will not be, will not be used in these specific conditions, like to generate stories or to generate the plot. And and at the same time, they also said that writers have the right, like if you're a writer, you can use AI for your research. It was only the studios which were prohibited from using AI. And this was, even though the writers won, the second simultaneous strike that was ongoing was among actors, because actors also had the same issue. Because, with the bigger actors, it's not so easy for studios to do this to them. But for smaller actors or actors in character roles, they said that AI could impersonate them in perpetuity. So the studio would just pay them for one day, but they could use their likeness, they could use their voice, they could use, their features forever. And so our actors, had to also protect themselves from this kind of stuff. So at this point, we are having this major discussion of what is actually going on, because even with what we all commonly use, chat GPT, which is from OpenAI, one of those things that we later learned, or many writers were surprised to later learn, was that how do you, when you have these large language models, how do you train them? So you have to train them on what is available, what is, because these systems, to understand, for machines to learn languages, they need huge corpus of data, enormous amounts of data. So they trained the AI to write based on a lot of literature that was published, based on a lot of books that were published, and nobody's permission was taken. I mean, like, this is about, I think, at least 8,000 novels we know for sure were taken, so it's all in our database somewhere. So, and none of these writers were rewarded for it. They had no, financial compensation for it. But AI was, using this to train themselves. And so this is, very tricky terrain of how do you negotiate this? Because on the one hand, you want knowledge to be democratized, right? You want people, you don't want what is happening in science, that all of knowledge is locked behind paywalls. You have to pay a subscription to access it. So on the one hand, you're asking for some kind of democratization of language, and on the other hand, you have to protect writers. And I think what has happened now, at least with the writing industry, is that we have come to this kind of new situation where if you're writing a book contract, or you're signing your book contract, the contract explicitly says that your book cannot be used to train AI systems, that your work is your work, and AI just cannot use it for what they want. And I really think that this debate about especially an advancement like the kind of AI that we are seeing now, and the kind of effect that it has, is very interesting. Because on the one hand, forget literature. You look at the broader political scenario, for instance. So one of those things that everybody says is that the genocide in Palestine, or the war on Gaza, is possibly the first AI war that has ever happened. The kind of targeting, the kind of throwing bombs, knowing where people are there, knowing that, they're using this very advanced information that's gathered, through technology, and using artificial intelligence to decide where to hit, and where to hit in order to have the maximum number of casualties, where to hit in order to have the maximum number of death and suffering. And so in so many ways, we talk about AI, we are proud of what it does, but we also realize that we just cannot be what you call genocidal tech bros, saying, okay, computers are getting cleverer, computers are doing interesting stuff, because all this interesting stuff also comes at a cost of life. And on the same way, the same hand, you also have AI that's basically trying to point out how this is a genocide. You have systems trying to point out, okay, these many buildings were bombed, or this should have been the density of population, and now this population doesn't exist here. I mean, this is not necessarily just AI, but it's this entire spectrum of evidence that you can get from digital systems, that you can get from satellite imagery. So I think that this kind of two sides of this debate permeates and informs every conversation that we have about writing. So what I want to talk about is that, in terms of literature and how AI continues to be used there, or does it get used there? So, as students, do you do your assignments on Chat GPT? Yes, all of you. And are your teachers able to detect that? Oh, they're able to detect it. Oh, okay. This is very interesting because so I think in January 21, I was, trying to look at how they have these studies that um, try to distinguish. So AI right now is able to, manufacture Kural. So you can get Chat GPT to translate some Kural, and then it forms its own Kural, Tirukural. And like that, so what they did was they tried to generate poems by Maya Angelou, and they were showing this to readers. And so the readers were not told that it's AI generated. So the first line was the same line that let's say any Maya Angelou poem started with, but the rest was generated by AI. And one of the findings was that participants failed to reliably detect what was an algorithmic text. So, people who were reading could not say which is the original and which was, written only by a machine. On the other hand, what they found was that if people know that something is AI poetry, they are not interested in reading it, they are very averse to reading it, and so on. So I think that for me, as I was trying to explain so long, is that in some ways I see AI as not a very bad thing, because, and I want to give some real world examples of it. I mean, the teachers here who get assignments done by AI will obviously object to it. But one of those things that I have seen is that, for instance, in rural India, or among a class of people who necessarily don't have the same level of access to English, um, it has become so much easier for them to actually get, letters written, biodatas written, resumes written, simple messages written, because AI allows them to, even if you do not necessarily have grammatical proficiency, even if you necessarily do not have learner proficiency, AI allows you to pass. It allows you to, have this. You have to be good at writing prompts, and as long as your prompts are good, even if you're not a good writer, if you're a good prompt writer, you get through this. So in that kind of, very mild level of writing, I think there's no problem. But then I think, as all of you will know, and as your teachers will also possibly have now known by now, is also that AI is increasingly susceptible to hallucinations. So there's this, I think the latest version, what is it, of ChatGPT, 4.0 or something? Yeah, 4.0. Yeah. So, you upload files into it and say, please summarize this file for me, summarize this PDF for me, or I'm trying to do a literature review. And then you realize that it's a very simple thing. It garbles up the name of the authors. It garbles up historical, um, the year in which, publications happen. And the summary of the text is not always the actual summary or the finding. And then you realize that, you just cannot outsource it. I mean, you can even trust a student to do the research for you, like say, okay, you're my research assistant, can you do this for me? But you just cannot give that job to AI, because it's inventing things, it's inventing authors, it's inventing dates, it's inventing findings that are not there in the original text. And therefore, I think you pay a really, really heavy price for that. Um, so, but the broader thing that I want to also talk about is that, when we're talking about AI and what it can or cannot do, I think is the question of also asking ourselves as writers. Your teacher told me, I think the HOD told me, that they're all engineering students, but they all want to be writers of some type, or they're all very into literature. So the question is, how do we as writers resist the, AI making us into an imitative model or an imitation model, or how do we stand out so that we do not get replicated? Oh my God, what is playing in the background? Hey, this is very distracting. Good Lord. Sorry. Um, so the thing is, oh, I have a policy against PowerPoint presentations because I think once there is a presentation, nobody listens to what is being said. Everyone starts reading the screen. But this is okay. That's okay. If you play something, play it afterwards because you've taken the effort for it. But you know, when I speak, you let me speak. So the question is, I find this a kind of AI, you know, like where the system takes over and the presence of the person actually is not there because anybody puts a PowerPoint, I stop listening, I just read. And the same thing happens with movies. I see subtitles, I don't watch or hear, I just read. So I think I'm so conditioned to reading that, yeah, I don't want to inflict it on people. So I think that what do you do as a writer and how do you allow yourself to stand out from AI? So, and for me, it's not just this very basic question of, you know, for survival, is AI going to steal jobs? Because already, you know, like people, especially when you have helplines, nobody's using real people anymore. You have chatbots, right? Most of, whether it's Zepto or Swiggy or any of these platforms, they largely use chatbots, and only at some point a human being comes inside. But it's much more serious issues of what is it to have a style? Like if you read a paragraph by Hemingway, then you know, okay, this is this guy writing this. Or you read a paragraph by Arundhati Roy, you know it is her writing. So what happens if AI starts mimicking or imitating style? And then where does the writer go to find his or her voice? And I think these are very key questions for writers to engage with because you do not want a machine to, you know, take away your lifeblood. You don't want a machine to take away your character. You don't want this machine to become you. And when you reflect on this question, I think one or two of those three things, you know, a couple of things that, you know, come to mind on how do you resist becoming AI. I think the first is to go back to the idea of what is art. When you go back to the idea of what is art, especially in Tamil, I think the word for art is a very beautiful word. It says kalai. And kalai basically means art, but it also means disrupt. You know, if something is orderly, the kalachanga, the kalayanga, that means you disrupt it. And I think so much of what is art has to be a process of disruption. Because and only writers and only individuals, only people, you know, only human beings are in so many ways capable of that kind of, you know, social disruption. We are able to disrupt what is accepted. We are able to disrupt. We are able to make an art that, you know, that systems, computers, machines who are trained on models cannot really make. So I think we'll have to look towards an art that cannot be imitated. We'll have to look towards making anything that, you know, does not reduce us into an algorithm. Anything that cannot, you know, make us into something that machines can learn from, cannot shred us into, okay, this is step one, step two, step three, and then you become this person. And then I also think that the other way, and which I think is much more important, especially in times like this, is that all writers have to realize that we have a very political role. Because a machine will never come and stand for somebody's rights. A machine is never going to say, you know, chat GPT or whoever you're using, notebook, LLM or whatever, it's never going to talk about the rights of, you know, Tamil people in Elam. It's never going to talk about the rights of Palestinians in Gaza. It's not going to, and these are, I think, very pressing issues. It's not going to talk about displacement. It's not going to talk about free speech. So I think that to go back to this, you know, this very important component that is, I think, that's going to set us apart from machines is this human element. Is this human element of taking a stand? Is this human element of, you know, protesting? Is this human element of actually trying to do what we can do to save humanity and making sure that, you know, we make a world that's more livable, that's more inhabitable and all of that. So I think this, and when we do that, we also mean that we are not necessarily threatened by the existence of ChatGPT. It doesn't mean that you have to have one or the other. It doesn't mean that okay, only writers stay, chat GPT goes away. Because I think when technology happens, it happens so fast, you cannot wish it away. And there's only so much that you can regulate. Maybe they can regulate in classrooms, but nobody can absolutely 100% regulate and say. Then the question is that if you're giving homeworks that chat GPT can do, you either try to detect what was done by ChatGPT, or you start giving homework that only a student can do, that only an actual person can do. And I think that to actually coexist along with this kind of intelligence, along with this kind of atmosphere where somebody else can write. I think in Japan, someone won a Nobel Award, and she actually said, "Oh well, I wrote this book using AI." So we've come to a stage where an entire novel can be written, or at least co-written with some help from artificial intelligence. So I think that kind of age, this question of coexisting, this question of using technology to better humankind, but also at the same time making sure that the role of writer in a society, and the role of the writer is to disrupt. The role of the writer is to stand up for things. The role of the writer is to point out what is wrong, which I don't think machines can do, because machines inherit every bias of the status quo. Machines are trained on, your racial biases, they are trained on your caste biases, they are trained on your masculine, misogynist biases. So, these machines are not going to be the ones who are going to throw away these systems. And I think this very essential task, which is essential to democracy, essential to equality, I think that's at the heart of what it means to be a writer. So with this, I'm going to finish my talk and open up for questions, because your teacher said that, yeah, there's a lot of people with a lot of questions. So thank you.
No, the audience will be asking questions. All right, let's give another round of applause for Meena Kandaswamy, ma'am. That was a stunning and an informative session. I think all of us have gained a new perspective on literature, AI, artistic integrity, and how morality plays into all of this. So now, we'll be opening up a Q&A sessions. And if you guys have any questions, kindly raise your hands. Our volunteers will pass you the mic. And yeah.
Hello.
Do we have a mic?
Yeah. This is Uma. I'm sitting here. Maybe she takes. So, you could have your water, ma'am. I could wait. I could wait, ma'am. This is Uma, a faculty. I could wait. You can.
No, it's fine, ma'am, please, yeah.
Yeah. You said that AI, when we rely on AI for writing, AI is strongly influenced by perspectives that, like you said, chauvinistic or male oppression kind of things. Can't we go for like a gender sensitivity or gender perspective there in AI? Would AI deny when I type, let you be gender sensitive, let you be gender inclusive?
Ma'am, does this work?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, no, ma'am, the question is, even before all these language models like ChatGPT came, they were using, for instance, machines to, do, like, I don't know, they had the study on Alexa, which said that Alexa was listening more to male voices than to, women giving commands.
Maybe that frequency that.
Ma'am, please let me answer.
Maybe the frequency.
No, let me finish answering. So what I'm saying is that this question of ethics in AI is a big question, and everybody's been trying to address this question. So they also said, for instance, there's a lot of racial profiling that goes on. That, for instance, if you have to find people who are like, there are more matches coming up for African Americans as opposed to people of other racial backgrounds. So the fact is that, and then, but people are trying to work on this. Everyone is trying to work on it. So there's no question that people are not working on it. So they're definitely trying to address, and especially I think there's a huge field called ethics and AI. And also, there's a lot of work on what you call data feminism and all of this, just to make sure that, women's voices, other perspectives are represented. So yeah, of course, as you say, you can write a prompt and say, can you be gender sensitive? But at the same time, it's also possible that it's not as easy as that.
To my knowledge, AI is not fed with a perspective already by anyone. It is just compiling and putting together things that is available there in internet and giving it in the way the prompt has been given.
Yes,
Have they fed the racial
but
discrimination there?
no, that is because yes, you're right and wrong, because it is compiling and giving what is there. You're right as far as that is concerned, but what is there already is not neutral. What already exists is not neutral. What already exists with a lot of biases. It exists with a lot of, for instance, a question like colonialism. Let's even go beyond the gender binary, which is problematic. But a question like colonialism, like 85% of the texts there have a very colonial perspective, right? Like which justify the plunder, which justify occupation, which justify imperialist expansion, or a question like capitalism. Most of the texts are written in favor of that. So any kind of questioning of that doesn't happen through AI, because AI only is compiling what is available. So this the problem comes from the corpus. What is the corpus that exists? And we cannot create a new corpora. We cannot get that many level of text and then retrain it, but we'll have to train it based on what they call ethics. So yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. And I'm really very excited to meet you in person here. So I am myself Reba Princey, and I am the research scholar in the Department of English and Foreign Languages in SRM Institute. And I have read few of your works. And in the novel When I Hit You, you present a harrowing narrative of domestic violence that is deeply personal, yet political. So how do you balance writing from personal pain with larger societal critics?
Riba ma'am, thank you for your email, which I couldn't respond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because I thought when I come here, I'm going to meet you anyway. So thank you also for doing, for researching
pleasure,
my
ma'am.
work. Yeah. So you know what? Like everyone has this interesting thing they do online. So one of the interesting things I do online, I think partly out of humility, partly to train myself, just like that you have to train AI to be gender sensitive, to train myself to be humble, is I go to Shodh Ganga and I find out how many people are doing research on me. It's insane. It's insane. I mean, like people are making all these comparisons, all these PhDs, and I'm like, they're coming to conclusions that even I don't. I mean, I never thought of that when I was writing. I'm like, okay, so and you're like, okay, so I think in so many ways, my writing has taken this life of its own. So I no longer try, especially as if at all I can avoid, I avoid engaging with students of research. I mean, like they can come to their own findings. It's very this idea of the death of the author. So I'm like, please think I'm dead. Do whatever you want to do with it. I don't want to interfere. Um, so yes, but this question is very interesting. How do you keep the personal?
How do you balance writing from personal pain with larger societal critics?
Okay, ma'am, this essay questions and all I cannot answer 100 percentage, ma'am. I'll try to answer some approximation of
Okay,
it.
ma'am.
So no, ma'am, I see there are two or three ways I look at this, because you mentioned the word pain. So I don't think I bring my pain to my writing, ma'am, because I don't think you should bring your. I mean, my pain is in my life, but if you allow only your pain to dictate your writing, there is a problem for me, which is that your writing becomes sentimental, and you don't do enough for the craft. So for me, it's whether it's my story or whether it's a story of other people's trauma. When I write, I want to just write as if I have to give it my 100%. It's much more about justice than a question of pain. So and a lot of people think that writing is catharsis. You write about something and the pain goes away. I don't think any pain goes away by writing. More pain goes away from iodex than from writing. So no, seriously. But I think what writing can do is that it allows you to tell a story. And in telling that story, it allows you to explore so many things. So coming to the second point, I really think that, irrespective of whether I, whatever happened to me, irrespective of, your own experience of any kind of violence, it can be war, it can be domestic violence. Um, to tell any story, if you have to tell the story of genocide, if you have to tell the story of occupation, if you have to tell the story of domestic violence, you have to tell the story of rape, whatever we call it, we always need a story, right? I mean, if you have to tell the broader story, you always need an individual story, because otherwise people don't find it easy to relate. Which is why the novel is a very popular form, because at the heart of it, it talks about, an individual or a group of individuals. So I think therefore it becomes very important to get that personal angle, right? Because people always are like, what has happened to this person? Does this person make it out alive? Does that person survive? So I think that personal angle becomes very intrinsic to any type of storytelling. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that um, I think social issues are something I've always written about before When I Hit You, and which I will write after When I Hit You. So I don't think that, and this is again something that I notice in a lot of Shodh Ganga type research places where people are like, okay, she's a victim of violence and therefore her writing. But I have been writing about violence before I ever got any taste of violence. For me, it's a very big preoccupation. The question of, what is the role of violence in Indian society? Because I think as a society, we are we have normalized violence to a great extent. Like, parents can hit children, teachers can hit children. I mean, at least, one generation ago. So husbands can hit wives. Um, Policemen can hit the suspect. There's no stopping. We are in this absolute cycle of violence that's so malicious and so poisonous and so toxic. So at some point we have to interrogate what violence is and how do we end it. So I think, it's been always a preoccupation for me. So the personal is just one aspect of it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, hi ma'am. I'm Sriya Vaishnavi, a second year BTech Biotechnology student. And ma'am, you're an author, a poet, a feminist. And I just wanted to ask, you've been around the country, you've been to other colleges, other events, probably interacted with youth of my age. How do you see the shift in the perspective of the youth towards issues such as feminism and gender and women's studies from a few years ago and right now?
Okay. Ma, how old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 19, ma'am.
19. Okay. Okay, you're less than half my age. So yeah, I can tell you how things have changed and things don't change. Um, Things don't change because I go to colleges like this and I speak. I also lived abroad for 10 years, so I cannot. I lived in the UK and the US, and I wasn't in India at all at the time. But from what I have seen before I left the country and after I came back, is that whenever you talk about feminism, people are always like, "Why are you against men?" Right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a default question, and then that hasn't changed in 20 years. It hasn't changed when I was 19. It's not going to change when you're 19. I think there is a very knee-jerk response to this kind of thing, and it's not just feminism. Again, the question of like, you talk against the caste system, and then the first question is always like, but why do we have reservations? People are always asking the wrong questions. So I think this kind of asking the wrong question instead of trying to see, okay, but feminism is not against men, it's against patriarchy. Whatever it is that you want to answer, feminism is about treating men as equals. We are not saying we are better than you or something. These kind of questions are like are a zero sum game, but I don't think that has changed. But I do think that uh, um, things have changed for the good and for the bad, which is that younger people these days are very fearless because I think they have platforms which did not exist, at least with the kind of amplification that's possible today 20 years ago. So like I think in 2009 is when we had Facebook, and possibly earlier before that we had Orkut or whatever, but it was still not, even blogs did not give you that kind of space to talk about what you wanted to talk about. So what I feel is happening is that, for instance, let's say I say something stupid or somebody says something stupid. People can immediately go online, go to Twitter, go to Insta, and a writer gets cancelled. The writer is cancelled in 5 minutes. I mean, like, it can be 40 years of your work, but you know, you say one wrong thing and you pay a very heavy price for that. And is that a good thing or a bad thing? And I think it's actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing because then it makes you constantly alert. You know, you don't slip. You have to be alert. You have to train yourself. You have to learn. You have to learn how not to be a stupid person. You have to learn how to be a more empathic person, you know, with more empathy. You have to learn how to be a more sensitive person. You have to learn to do all of this, you know, be right. And also, if you make a mistake, you have to learn how to apologize. You know, that the fact that you have done 20 years or 40 years of work doesn't matter. If you're wrong, you have to say sorry, and only then you move on. So I think that is very empowering. But what is actually also happening, and I have said the good things first, but what is also happening is that in some ways, this cancel culture means that a lot of discourses are shut down. And this is slightly problematic. I mean, how discourses are shut down is because, you know, like, and this I have found, for instance, not particularly related to me, but you know, people are like, um, when young people fight with you, sometimes it's like, you know, old man shouts at cloud. It's a very millennial meme, but um, it's that kind of fight. So I remember a few days ago, I wrote something on Yahya Sinwar, you know, the Hamas leader who was assassinated. And I was like, what does it mean to look at his last moments? And what does it mean to, you know, be part of the resistance? What does it mean to fight till the last minute? And then I'm sure there's this Gen Z kid who comes and asks, will she write like this about Prabhakaran? Will she write like this about the Tigers? And you're like, you know, a little bit of it is masculine entitlement, you know, just to shut down women, like shut down women even if they're twice as old, if they've done a lot with their. But the other thing is not knowing anything historical, right? Like, you come on Twitter, you don't have any background, you don't know anything, and then you just call out people. So this kind of calling out, and then I'm like, okay, I've written an entire book on tigers. I've gone and spent time with former combatants, you know. So you have to tell what you have done, you know, and say, you should have just Googled my name. You would have known what I say, what I talk about. But so then I think with younger generation, this problem exists, this kind of impatience to cancel everyone and be absolutely unaware, like absolutely unaware of somebody else's work or somebody else's stand, or unaware of broader politics. And this, I think this is also very costly because it's very costly because what young people do is that they get into this very narrow stream of identity politics and shut other people up, right? You don't talk about it because, you know, you don't belong, or you don't talk about it because it doesn't involve you, or. And I think that reduces the options for solidarity. So I think this is slightly problematic. This cancel culture is good because it gives you enormous leverage, but cancel culture in this very blind way, like basically shutting everyone down because you're entitled, and they don't have any self-awareness. I think that is very dangerous because how do you how do you forge anything, you know? So this is my opinion. I don't want to answer too long, but that's, I don't know if I've answered your question, but
No, ma'am,
it's
no,
my
ma'am. Thank you so
observation.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Yadi Shresht. I'm a first year BTech Computer Science Engineering student. My question to you is, in your view, how literature can foster empathy and understanding in a polarized society?
um yeah, thanks for your question. See, it's very interesting that, you know, you're asking about what can literature do. And I'm not sure I have a very quick answer for it, but I can try to answer, you know, this kind of questions. For instance, um, like 2 or 3 years ago, I think it was in 2022. Um, the in 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 Udupi, they had a some administration at the local level decided to say that women should not wear hijab to college. And they started, you know, preventing, you know, Muslim girls from appearing for exams. So I think about 17,000 girls did not appear that year for exams. And saying that, you know, they either had to get the hijab out and they could not sit with the hijab in the classroom. It was a big protest, and a lot of students. And I think this is the absolute example of polarization, right? A classroom is a space where everybody is welcome, where everybody can come, everybody is one and the same, because that's what the teacher wants you to be. Every student is the same, every student is a child. And at the same time, this is so poisonous, this is so communal, and this is so, like basically tearing society into two. And the question is that, and where does literature come from, and what can it do? Like, and I think that if you have to look at literature, this is as a classic example of what do you do in a polarized society. In some ways, we first have to understand that literature has failed us. That if we were doing the right kind of teaching, if we were making students very aware, nobody could have done this to the girls. Nobody could have told these girls, don't come to the classroom, because the students would have already been enlightened. They would have been protest, not from the hijabi Muslim women, but even from the non-hijabi girls, But instead, these children were used to say, no, they should not come. So I think in the first realization is that literature failed in its duty. The 12 years of school, we did not teach our young people to stand up for other people's rights. And so we start with that baseline ground. And the second ground is that literature is also not something, and this is something we all have to understand, that literature is not something that you write 30 years later, that you write about a golden period. Literature is not something that, you write out of experience. Literature is very often written on the ground. I mean, like, it is journalism, but also you have to write and report about it. You have to write and go and talk to the young people. I think for me, all of that is literature. If you talk about what is happening. But literature is also, I think, the understanding that how precious it is for girls to be in classrooms in this country. Because you look at 3,000 years or 2,000 years of Indian civilization, women were not given education. Most women were kept out of education. You look at the Madras census of 1921. The number of women who were actually, were proficient in some kind of education was 0.2% or something. Like, we came from that low level of education for women to what we are today. So in all that we have gained is the gain in 100 years. And all that we have gained in Tamil Nadu is again literally like, after in the 1920s. And we have literally leapfrogged into this, but not realizing that what we take for granted, equality, education, women's presence in classrooms, we take all this for granted, not realizing that all of this change came in 100 years. So I think that literature is also learning our own history, So for me, how does literature change things is to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, is to understand that, someone else is going through something else, and to not only, okay, if somebody's, and this is also something else, if somebody is suffering, literature is not just for you to say, okay, somebody else is suffering, but for you to say, how do we change that? Because if I was suffering, I would change that. So if somebody else is suffering, how do we change that? I think it has to come from that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. I am Khushbu Rain, a medical student. I really love your work, first of all. Can I have a plus for ma'am once again, please? Ma'am, me, myself, I love writing poems. I really love writing poems. I have written a book in Hindi poems. I have started writing from like 8th standard. Now I want to write English poems, and I'm really new to English poem and English poetry. So there are times when I'm writing, I get stuck at a point for a word, and I write in the simplest language, but people want that one poetic thing in the poem, so it feels like they feel interesting. And I really want to publish the book I wrote in English. So, as a published author, you know what are the setbacks I can expect. So, I really want to know about that, how you, and also how you dealt with the criticism that came to you and your work.
So yeah, congratulations on writing poetry. It's I think it's by itself, like it takes a lot of courage to be a poet, because unlike any other type of writing, people can write a research paper and it doesn't change them. You don't have a personality after writing a paper. You don't have a personality after writing a report. You don't have a personality after writing a diagnosis. But your personality changes after you write a poem because you become a poet, right? And the poet in our society, in any society, is a persona. So and it's an enormous weight to carry. You know, you can wear it lightly, you can forget it as much as possible, but to a lot of people, you would always be that person. People who have met you, not met you, you'll always be a poet, and therefore, um, in some ways deviant, in some ways dissident, in some ways outside the borders that people want to shrink you to fit. So I think it's very essential to keep that in mind as the first step, that you're not going to conform to other people's expectations of you. The second thing is, any criticism, you please ignore it. But at the same time, be a self-critic. Before I started poetry writing, when I started writing poetry, my biggest fear was, I remember once lying in bed and thinking, it's okay to cheat everyone, but you shouldn't cheat yourself. I like, Meena, you have to be true to yourself. Like, is this what you really are doing? Are you sure you're a poet? So I think this moment of self-doubt comes for everyone. You come over it. The second thing is that, I think in terms of language, you write what poetry comes to you in, and don't fight in the sense that like, I always feel very bad that I write in English. I wish I was writing in Tamil, but I went to a school where I did not learn Tamil, so my Tamil is very close to me, but it's not good enough to write poetry. So I think, and poetry often happens only in one language. It can later be translated, but whichever language comes, where you feel the most poetic, whichever language is closest to you, where you feel that absolute sensitivity, you write in that language. And always realize that you will be a different person in every language you inhabit. So if I write in English, it's a very different type of writing from the kind of writing that I do in Tamil, or the kind of person I am in Tamil. It's a very different language. It's a very different culture. So don't expect that your English poems will be like your Hindi poems. You are allowed and you have the freedom to be two different people. And, don't worry if you get stuck. Come to the poem another day. Don't push your luck on that. Just let it be. When poetry happens, it will happen. I mean, I had a collection out this year, and these were poems I had written like since 2010. So 14 years to find 40 poems. That's how it happens. It doesn't. You're not a machine. You don't have this deadline. I need a book by the end of this year. When poetry happens, it will happen. When a poem happens, even you cannot stop it. So don't push it. It will come when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Chaiti Harin Butch. I'm a third year student from B.Tech Chemical Engineering. Now, this might not be what we have already been talking about, but since we are talking about, assignments and how you said AI is being used, I know for a fact that my school has failed me because I did not get the skills that I would require in everyday life to be able to do all of these assignments truthfully. But then, according to you, or how would you say that, how do people like us or people like me who know that they're falling short of the skills, how do we come over these inhibitions as well as these inabilities that we face in daily life for in terms of literature and writing, ma'am?
No, what is the specifics you're talking about, Ma?
So it's more on the lines of, how does see, I am very much into literature on a day-to-day basis. I love reading, I love listening, so I feel I want to write, but then the moment I sit down with a piece of paper, it's not that my brain does not want to write, my brain knows what to write but does not find the words.
No, no, you have a constant writer's block.
I did, but then it stopped because nothing ever came out again.
No, no, see, I'm not the fit person to answer this because, especially not in the presence of your professors. Okay, I'm also petrified of teachers, but I can tell you something. See, you cannot say I had a writer's block, I did not do my assignment, right? I don't think that's an excuse.
No,
So whether it's Chat GPT or your best friend or yourself, you have to write something and give for an assignment, because that has to be, that those dates are important, those deadlines are important. So what you have to turn it in, you have to turn it in. So I don't think we can argue on that. So your methods may vary, your means may vary, how you get there may vary, but eventually you all have to submit something.
Yeah.
So I don't think I can advise on that. But what I can advise on is, if you want to write something like literature,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
If you want to write something as a kind of, let's say, a story or an essay or something, and you're feeling stuck about that, well, this is very interesting, because if you really want to write, you will find the words, no? That's what I think so. But maybe you have to think, you are in a situation where nobody is allowing you to write. If it's that kind of, maybe you think that you're fighting against somebody who doesn't let you write, and then maybe you'll find the words. I don't know. You have to trick yourself into writing, because you have already tricked yourself into not writing. Only you can get yourself out of this, because you want to write and you don't want, you cannot write. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer this question really.
Fine, ma'am.
Maybe leave a voice note to yourself and transcribe it, and then work on it.
Yes.
Like, you have to find a clever way to sort your thoughts, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Priyanka Pokhrel from third year CSE, and I just want to ask, like, as a CSE student, I've been in this education stream for like 3 years now. This is my third year, and in the 3 years that I've been studying here, I feel like my creative side has been blocked completely. Like, I cannot feel my words coming out. I cannot feel. I don't know. I used to be an avid writer before I joined college, and now I feel like I'm stuck. I can't even process my emotions. I can let them out with my words, but I used to be able to. So how do I deal with this block in my brain?
Ma'am, I don't know, ma'am. I have to ask your teachers only, ma'am. What have they done? What have they done to this brilliant person? How have you stopped her from writing? Well, I'm not you. I don't know how to answer, but let me try to answer. Which is that, sometimes when we are studying, especially a subject like computer science, maybe you don't find enough avenues to write, to express yourself, because as we were talking about, a lot of it is just algorithms and, whatever else you study about systems. And that doesn't allow you the space. So just as I said to the other previous person, you either rebel against it, like you try to see what is preventing you from writing, and that should force you into writing. Like, I'm not able to write itself becomes such a depressing and stressful worry that you actually start writing. And the other thing is, and this is what I do for myself, which is that, like in farming, that's something they do, right? Like, you have a crop, the next year you have another crop, the next season you have another crop, but then you realize that for 6 months you don't do any farming on that land. You just you let the land lie fallow. And this process of, the land lying fallow is actually so important, because that's when the land regenerates. That's when, it gets all the essential nutrients back. And that's when, it gets to rebuild itself. And sometimes I think that this pause, this ceasing of efforts, this silence is very essential to growth. So I couldn't write for a period because, I was a mother to 2 young children. So when my children are, being born and they're very small, breastfed, you cannot just go immediately and start writing, because you're not in the mental framework, right? And so, this early motherhood, I couldn't write, but and then you fight, and then you get very angry, you get very resentful. I can't write, I cannot write because the children. But the resentfulness actually doesn't help. It actually hurts you even more because when you realize that you're not writing, and you're just like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm not able to think, I'm not able to read, and your resentfulness actually becomes bitterness and it hurts you. So I think the more positive thing that you should do. See, I think at some point you learn, to be clever enough to manage your time. You're like, okay, doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to read like 10 pages today. Doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to write, even if it's a small Instagram post, I'm going to write like 20 words today. So either you incentivize yourself and divide your time and manage to find that little window of time to write. Otherwise, just think that all of this is good. Because, see, you're all really young, right? At third year CSC means you're what, 19, right?
I'm 20, ma'am.
21, whatever. Yeah, that's a big difference. So, what I'm trying to say is that writing also is not something that can come um, only from a very basic life. You know what I mean? Like, I went to school, I went to college. What do I have to write? You have to live dangerously to write. I'm not telling you to live dangerously, but maybe after SRM. Unless, and you have to live many lives in order to find material to write. So, I always find myself putting myself in a lot of dangerous situations. And unless you do that, unless you live other lives, you cannot write. So you should just think that this entire period is either your fallow period where you're just letting your brain develop and getting yourself all other skills that is not necessarily writing, hoping that you'll find the time later, or you find yourself a small daily regimen in which somehow you write something, either it's on Insta or on Twitter or in your diary, but you manage to find that little small window of time. Or the third thing is that you make plans for how do you want to write when you're out of this. Like, what do you do differently from computer science? What else do you do with your life that will give you the raw material to write? Because even at this point, if you actually want to write, what will you write about? You'll write about being a student at SRM. And is that a very interesting thing? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not you. At least if the news cycle is anything to go by, you have very interesting things going on here. So yeah, hopefully you'll do one of the three. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. Can I ask you one final question? So, you've spoken about AI taking the status quo of the material that is trained upon, or it rarely deviates from the status quo of, the current political world. So, the material that it's trained upon, it takes the character of that, whether it is misogynistic, casteist, classist, and so on. So, I wanna ask your opinion on AI being used in art, because when you look at, especially, I think the most notable is literature and film. You look at film made by a real person, you can always see the person and where they lie, you know, and where their opinions lie and opinions fall in their work. Whether you look at like a Vetrimaran film, you can see where his opinions lie, and you look at like a Christopher Nolan film, you can see where his opinion lie. But I don't think the AI, it does not take a stance. You give it a prompt, it gives you an output, and the scary thing is that how fast it's being normalized in, especially in art. I think, unlike Hollywood, in the Indian film industry, there aren't as many regulations, at least yet. So I would like to know your opinion on AI being used in art, especially in a way that it is especially in the way of using someone's likeness, even someone deceased, their likeness, and also how it factors into, well, people's jobs.
I think a lot of people, especially with careers in modeling and all, no, it becomes because they are using AI models to, I think, model jewelry and stuff like that. But the good news is, so that's the bad news. The good news is that AI still puts up people with 6 fingers on a routine basis. And I remember my children always ask me for printouts, right, of strange animals. So it's like, I printed out a fennec fox and it had like 5 legs. And my son is like, why does it have 5 legs? Well, I said, this is AI generated. So AI still cannot get everything right, but this is only I think it's only a glitch. AI is going to get these things right soon. But the question is, it's going to drive people out of work, which is also why we have to start thinking of what do we do? What do we do to be employable? So, for instance, especially people who do creatives, right? Like, and I routinely know that, you're paid a certain amount of money for, doing a creative, whatever it is, like, small poster, small Instagram post. And what happens if AI is able to do all of that? And I think that in that sense, it is, you cannot stop AI because, definitely people are going to employ, but then you'll have to change employment practices. You'll have to bargain more, but you also have to do things that, machines cannot do. I think we are going to see a shift from people who are left or rendered jobless by AI are either going to train themselves to work with the machines, or they're going to train themselves to do something that's more mechanical and more with their hand. So that's my reading of it. Thank you.
I believe we have one final question. All right.
Am I audible? Sorry. So, okay. Ma'am, I am Janvi. Today I'm in the capacity of the Secretary General for Zephyr right now. So I just have this question. You raised the very fantastic concept in your speech just now about the word kalai, signifying art and disruption at the same time, and did not add more to it. So may I know a little about your journey of how you came to this discovery, and to all the people who are just discovering your work and getting to know you more here on this platform, will they find that in your works, and is that a constant goal in whatever you write or how you express yourself, to kind of engage people in the idea of disruption through art? And yeah.
Janvi, right? Thank you. Thank you, Janvi. Thanks for the question. No, I think that, see, unlike the previous people, the one who wants to write a lot and cannot find the words, or the other girl who's feeling sad because, 3 years of CSC here means she doesn't find. I never felt the pressure that I have to be a writer. That because I was also like, I don't know, I was a science student in school, so yeah, I wanted to do things with science only. But I think when I realized that, I was writing, obviously, I was never going to see, we write in order to fill some gap, right? Or we write in order to imagine another world or another version of our life or another something else. And for me, therefore, this whatever was given to me, whatever, you're told things, right? Like, okay, girls cannot talk back, girls cannot be like this, girls have to be like that. And 20 years ago, trust me, it was much worse. So whatever, you're told, you want to fight out, you want to fight against these kind of assumptions. You want to fight against this kind of, what is socially expected behavior. But also, you want to, it's a two-way process, right? So part of this is to reinvent, or to do different things. But part of it is also to realize that, what we call literature, even without AI, is having a lot of imbalance. So sometimes you have to correct the balance, right? So for me, I think, yeah, disruption is how I think I look at, my art, my practice of art, but also how I look at, both my academic work or, because for me, when I write a novel, or when I write a lot of essays, I think 9/10 of my work is about thinking. It's not, I mean, for me, the aspect of writing is the smallest aspect of it. I think the thought that goes into it, the kind of philosophical basis that you have, what is the argument that you're trying to do? So if you're writing about, let's say, feudal landlordism, or, people asking for rights, or you're writing about violence, or you're writing about occupation, then the questions are, what are the questions that you have to raise? So I think I am much more engaged in these philosophical ideas that then I translate into text, that I translate into a story. So disruption is inevitable, I believe, that, if you're a writer, if you do more of the same, you become chat GPT. So you have to do something new in order to, have this individualism for yourself. Thank you. So last question, sir. Or Janvi, you had a question? No.
Ma'am, I just had a little follow-up, if I may.
Yes,
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm taking a lot of time. I definitely would like all of you guys to practice this art of disruption in whatever you do, whether it's painting or anything. But then, ma'am, a lot of times because it's a society and whenever new ideas are put, I don't know if people are scared of those ideas or they're just not ready for those ideas to be put out. Ideas are suppressed, and that disruption is not, it's not taken to a level which is supposed to. So, how did you fight it in your journey? Can we get some inspiration here? Because I feel like we guys have also faced this in whatever we have used. In my experience, I have submitted a lot of work which was too controversial maybe to be put out and was rejected on the spot with no comeback.
So you should tell me what your work was about.
Ma'am, it was about epistemology and I had some ideas. It was a conference. That is what we were supposed to do. And when I explained this theory about how things might have come into place, how societal norms would have formed and in previous civilizations, I was immediately called down from the stage and just take a seat. So yeah, I know it's not just me. This is everyone here at some point of life have faced this, and it's like how to tackle this or what is the correct response?
No. See, a couple of things, Janvi. So the thing is, writers are always disrupting. We have to keep disrupting. But doesn't mean that what we say is going to be implemented, right? See, today you find Thiruvalluvar everywhere. Everybody loves the Thirukural. But what did Valluvar say? Sirai kakkum kaappu, evan seyyum magalir nirai kakkum kaappe thalai. What does that mean? Like, there is no point of, guarding women like they should be in a prison. Only women can guard themselves, which means all of this social control, all this parental control, all this curfew, all these restrictions on women, what's the point of it? It's pointless, right? So women's freedom comes from their autonomy. So even Valluvar, with all his fame, all his cult, all his aura, all his vibe, after 2000 years has not achieved, right? We live in one of the most patriarchal societies where women are controlled. So does it mean that, Valluvar's idea is defeated? No, I don't think so. In that sense, he's a very powerful person who sets powerful ideas. And I think it's important to say these ideas, important to share these ideas, because, society may or may not take this, but you don't say this because society will take it or not. You have to say this because, these things have to be said. And I don't think it's just me. I think it's the history of all writers everywhere, Doesn't matter how much space you enjoy, that, society will take what it wants to take. So, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you're running out of time, I can drop you an email.
No, please.
So, yeah. So the first one is not exactly a question. I think the Udupi narrative is way more about complication and misinterpretation than polarization. This is something I feel I might be completely wrong, because
I was in Udupi for 2-3 weeks and I covered
No,
this.
I have never been to Udupi, ma'am. Whatever I have learned from reading newspapers and the articles that are there. But I feel that people were convinced that sect group of women don't want to get emancipated. That was the misinterpretation that was going on around. I might be completely wrong. So
No, sir, you are completely wrong.
then please enlighten me, ma'am. I'd love to know about it more.
No, I don't think anybody wanted not to get educated. These were girls who really wanted to get educated, but I think at some point it became this right to do something, right? Like,
I was talking about emancipated, not educated, ma'am. Saying no to, hijab as a lifestyle choice can be a possibility that was never discussed.
yeah, but it's a question of choice, sir.
That's
Sir,
what
the
I'm
question
saying.
of choice, sir, whether I wear underwear or not is my choice.
Absolutely.
Nobody can impose that, right? So if I want to wear hijab, if I want to cover my hair, I can cover my hair.
True.
So you cannot see which is emancipatory.
But we have got 200 years of history. That's what I'm talking about, ma'am. See, it's just a discussion like that I'm trying to ask. We have 200 years of history where literature has cautiously represented the idea of burqa, hijab, or parda for that matter, in a way that is non-emancipatory, right?
Yeah.
And then the question of this becoming a choice is suddenly something that was difficult for people to interpret, I think. I mean,
Yes. No, no, you're right. You're right. But the question again is we have to come to the question of whose literature. So if you're looking at colonial literature, a lot of colonial literature would say that, and especially not only colonial literature, but you look at the history of all imperial interventions of bombing Afghanistan, Iran, whatever it is. The intervention is based on the fact that Muslim women have to be saved. They have to be, but you're basically trying to save women by bombing these people, right? And this hijab, for instance, I think if you read Frantz Fanon in Algeria, he says, what does the hijab do from the eyes of the colonizer? The colonizer wants to remove the hijab as a way to actually put the native person in their place, wants to deny the right of that person to feel full, so it's all of these arguments. It's not a question of emancipation. Sometimes, so the question is, it's quite interesting because there are Muslim countries like Tunisia where the hijab was, is not worn at all as a public way of life. But then when the women started protesting against dictatorship, they voluntarily took the hijab to say that who are you to deny religion to us? So it can become a symbol of emancipatory protest, especially in a communally polarized society. Allowing people, you asked me a question, let me finish.
Please go
I'm
ahead,
speaking. So the thing is, in a communally polarized society, especially for a minority community, if other people start telling what they should do, then it becomes a massive infringement of your right, because you have the right to express yourself. I have the right, as I said, to wear what I want to wear, right? So, so I think this was, as I said, this whole broader Islamophobia that pervades a society that bought into this idea and then saying that these women don't want emancipation. So in order to emancipate them, you don't let them get educated also, or what? You know what I mean? So you don't let them sit for 12th standard exam so that they get emancipated by not wearing hijab. How?
May I?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. So my concern was something else. My perspective is emancipated from the ideas of Iqbalunisa Hussain, Rasida Jahan, or for that matter, Cornelia Sorabji. Sorabji might be a colonial perspective, but these authors, I think, probably non-colonial because it was the domestic perspective that was there. So I am not talking about a generic narrative of this meta-narrative kind of a thing. So my idea was not coming from that meta-narrative where I'm trying to denounce the idea.
See, that's the thing is women should be free to throw away any garment and
Take up
free
any
to
garment.
also wear the same garment. So you can, you can quote Surabji, I can quote Fatima Mernisi, I can also go on quoting scholars.
Sure.
But the question, that's a zero-sum game. What I'm saying is that nobody has the right to tell women what they should or should not wear. I think that's the baseline, because you are there to provide education.
I think then the question of emancipation becomes more problematic. We'll talk about it, ma'am. I don't want to drag this session like. But I had a question. The previous one.
No,
not a
I
question.
understand. See, sir, I understand that emancipation. See, if I come in a mini skirt, are you going to think I'm emancipated because I wear a short skirt? But the same society is going to say this woman is showing her skin. That's why she came up in life. You know what I mean? That which I have faced a lot, right? So people will be like, "Oh, this woman shows the skin, so she." So it's a very difficult for women whether if we cover herself from head to toe, also we will be judged. If we show our skin, also we'll be judged. This is like damned if we do, damned if we don't. We'll take it outside, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Meena ma'am, for that enlightening session. Your insights and perspective on literature, AI, artistic integrity, and our place in a rapidly growing world have truly enriched our understanding and sparked meaningful conversations. We appreciate the time and effort you put into sharing your expertise with us today. Your words will resonate even long after this session ends. Thank you once again for your invaluable contribution to Sahitya 2.0.
Thank you, Raghav, for being the moderator for the session. Thank you once again, ma'am, for your valuable contributions. The author's books are available at the LitFest Bazaar. If you would like to purchase any, the writers will be delighted to sign it for you guys. And thank you all for such an engaging session today. It's now time for lunch break. We invite you to join us for a delicious lunch that will be served in the lobby behind Mini Hall 2. The lunch coupons are available in the welcome kit. Ensure that you have your lunch coupons before you proceed
Everyone, I hope you had a very good and also had a chance to connect with the fellow participants. We are now ready to resume our literary journey at Sahitya 2.0. Our next session promises to be just as engaging and thought-provoking as the earlier one. Without further ado, let's dive back into the world of literature. I'm super excited to invite our next moderator, Mr. Abhijit of third year BLLB Honors, who will be moderating the session with Ms. Kalki Subramaniam. I now request Mr. Abhijit to take over the stage.
Hello, am I audible? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have the honor of welcoming a trailblazer whose name echoes across continents, redefining boundaries and breaking barriers of courage, compassion, and creativity. Our next speaker has not only empowered herself, but has illuminated the path for countless others to follow. From her roots in Pollachi, she sought to become a fearless voice for the transgender community, finding India's first summer magazine for transgender women, leading transformative activism that reached all to the United Nations. She is not just a rights advocate, she is also an artist whose vibrant work has inspired exhibitions all around the world, an entrepreneur who still empowers hundreds of transgender people, and she is the first transgender woman in India to start in a lead role in cinema. Yeah, you heard that right. A true force on screen and off screen. And if any of this wasn't enough, she has launched India's first matrimonial site for transgender people, has conducted various LGBTQI plus pride marches, and has created the most profound Red Wall project, documenting the powerful yet heartbreaking stories of more than 500 survivors of abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, she is an inspiration to the global community, applauded by world leaders and recognized by Harvard and celebrated by millions for her unwavering spirit. Please welcome to the dais an artist, a warrior, an incredible change maker above all, Kalki Subramaniam.
Incredible introduction. Thank you very much. அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மதிய வணக்கம். A very good afternoon to everyone. It's my honor and privilege to be at this beautiful literature event, Sahitya 2.0. As a person who is from one of India's and one of the communities that is globally marginalized and particularly very marginalized in India, the transgender community, about whom you all have perceptions, stereotypes, and experiences of, different images that you have. I come from the transgender community as a transgender woman, as a voice of them. And today I'm going to actually talk about how literature is leading to social change and social inclusion. And that is only from my own point of view and personal experiences. Right from childhood, I faced numerous struggles because of my gender expression. At school, I bullied. and discriminated, abused. And I used to run away from the school to find some quiet place where there are no humans at all, sit under a tree into the forest, and I used to write and I used to draw. I used to put all my agony and pain and trauma into writing. And I used to write about, I used to draw my hope, my joy and everything as a, as a drawing into my notebooks. That is how my journey as a writer and a painter started. It started from pain and joy. It started as a way to let out myself. Because as a little teenager, I had nobody to talk to. My family was not in a very understanding, they could not understand what was I going through. I could not express that as well. Even though my family loved me so much, they are also very much a part of our society, so they were not different. So on the one side, I could not express my gender struggle inside, and on the outside, I was struggling with the external world. As a teenager, I've several times, so many times, thought about, committing suicide. But not even once did I try, because I had little hope. Somewhere along, I had a little hope and lots of anger. My activism comes out of just one word, one thing: anger. It comes out of seeing my fellow friends, transgender friends, being pushed away from their families, being beaten up by their brothers, being thrown on the streets, being homeless, that they actually had to go to Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore for survival, and finally they becoming beggars and sex workers. I did not meet many of my close friends for more than 20 years. And it was just 7 years ago I met some of them. And they were exploited. They were trapped, they were exploited, they were pushed into begging, they were pushed into sex work. I also lost a couple of my friends who have been abandoned by their families, who for survival worked as sex workers. And they died of AIDS. One friend of mine died of murder. So I have seen so much of pain in my life and in my friend's life. So I've witnessed a lot. But that is not the end of it. As much as life has given its own experiences of trauma, it also gave the freedom to explore and navigate how to break all stereotypes, how to carve your own destiny, how to break the stereotypes and the designs of the society and create your own. From being a teenager, I did my graduation. Even in college and hostel, I endured so much of physical abuse too. Every transgender kid, every gender non-conforming kid, queer kid, experiences so much of discrimination, bullying, right from their teenage years. If they are very expressive in their gender, for example, a boy who is very feminine or a girl who is very masculine, they do get discriminated a lot. And we as a society, we are so fixed on gender roles, on binary roles, that men should be men should behave in such a way, and women, males should behave in such a way. And we have these enforced gender roles. So for trans people who are born in one gender and who are, floating between the two, between the three, that fluidity of gender is so unacceptable in a society that's so patriarchal like ours. So almost all of us, all of the transgender community people have been abused, have been victims of abuse at least once in their life. But among all that, so many of us can't even bear this pain that some of us actually in their lives. But transcending all that, something makes us so strong, and that is, of course, all the experiences of struggles right from our childhood makes us, in one way, a very strong person. But on the other hand, it also makes you a bitter person. So for me, poetry and painting was my outlet for not becoming bitter. I put all my anger into my art and poetry. And my poetry is about my experiences as a gender fluid person, as a transgender person, as a transgender woman, as a single woman who is out of the ordinary, who is, who would never get married, who will never bear children, who will be called as a hijra or tirunangai or whatever names they have, all this. But crossing all this is my own identity and the personality and the persona I create, I believe, and I stand upon strong. So I think that is the beauty of any transgender person, is that knowing that the society will laugh at you, knowing that you will not be accepted, knowing that your family will reject you, knowing that you will be, your survival will be strong, will be very, very difficult, knowing that you will be poor, knowing that you will be very vulnerable to a lot of experiences that are not happy. Most of us are honest with ourselves. That is why, knowing that if you identify yourself as a transgender, we come out as a transgender. We come out as a woman, being born in one gender but identifying with the other and then transitioning slowly to the other gender. Some of us actually transition completely, some of us don't. And this journey is so difficult. It deals with people, it deals with your own body, it deals with your mental health and physical health, it deals with social norms, it deals with culture, it deals with religion, it deals with family, it deals with friends, it deals with your education, it deals with your knowledge, it deals with all the aspects of your life, because you are transforming into another person, another person, another name, another gender. So that experience is a very unique one, a beautiful one, at the same time, a painful one. But at the end of the day, transgender people never forget to celebrate who we are. Because for women, especially, I'm talking about from my perspective as a transgender woman, not as a transgender man. I'm talking my perspective as a trans woman. So for us, the journey from malehood to womanhood is such a difficult thing, to be recognized biologically as a woman, to be called she, to be called her, to be called ava, to be called, in a feminine gender and all that. But this transition for a lot of toxic male masculine people I've met over my life, they fear us actually. They have they don't understand us. They don't want to understand us. They have so much of fear in us. And of course, they do a lot of discrimination and stigmatize us and so all those experiences. But beyond all this, as a trans woman, I have experienced some of the most beautiful things in life, especially as a person who is identified as a woman, as a human wearing women's clothes, as a human having long hair, as a woman traveling with other women. Maybe my body is not all that feminine. Maybe my voice is all that feminine. Maybe I'm not a complete woman at all. But then show me somebody who is a complete woman. Show me someone who is a complete man. Tell me the definition of masculinity. Tell me the definition of femininity. Tell me the definition of being a male or a female. So these are ideals and ideologies that we develop in culture and over the course of our education. But inside all our external identities, we are all humans, having the same kind of earnings, having the same kind of emotions, the needs, and everything, of course. I was telling about some of the most beautiful experiences. While as a trans person, I have gone through tremendous other experiences of struggle, but at the same time, there have been absolutely very beautiful experiences as well. Trans women actually celebrate womanhood more than biological women. Why? Because for you, you were born as women, gifted to be born as a woman. But for us, we were born in the wrong gender. So our struggle begins when we are conscious, oh, this is not me. That is what I am. This person I see in the mirror is not me. And I have to become the person I want, not what I see in the mirror. That's not me. So we struggle to change, we struggle to identify. That struggle is, as I said, it's a very long journey. And most people don't understand. We, especially trans women who have transitioned, you can easily spot us. We wear such dazzling clothes, gaudy color saris, golden, yellow, orange, and all those. We don't have a fashion sense. We create our own fashion because our fashion is about projecting our personalities, our reflections of our heart, our needs, our urgency to celebrate our own identity. So I said, women don't celebrate. I've seen most women not celebrate their womanhood at all. Trans women actually celebrate being a woman, celebrate our beauty, even though you might still think that this is so unfeminine, unfeministic and all. But yes, trans women love to have a long hair, love to put lipstick, wear beautiful clothes, flaunt themselves because they feel beautiful, they feel confident, because they can express themselves. We are in our true self, true gender. We believe we are in our true bodies. So these are experiences not everybody understands until unless I tell you. As students, many of you might even think that, oh, okay, why do trans women wear so much of makeup and so ugly clothes, so brighter, so bling bling and all that? But this is the truth. So in my book, and in Tamil, in English, I learned to put my anger, my childhood anger, teenager, as from my teenager, into activism, into art, and into literature. That was a holistic way of, fighting against injustice, fighting against social injustice that is happening in the community. So as one of the very few people who convinced my parents that I will be okay, I will not bring shame to not every kid has to convince your parents that you will be you and you'll bring pride to your family. But every trans woman is expected to not bring shame to her family. So I had to convince my family as well that I am this and I will be, if you allow me to live myself, I can, pride to the family. I had to struggle for more than 25 years to do that. So my literature actually comes either in Tamil or in English, comes out of my experiences as a person who celebrates womanhood, as a person who is, as a person who is living a different, a very unique life that is very different from most of the women that I have met. Because nobody expects a transgender woman to get married. Nobody expects a transgender woman to have children. Nobody expects a transgender woman to, be at home at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Nobody expects us to, not loiter in the midnight, not go to clubs and all that. So we have, in certain ways, being a trans woman has given us absolute freedom to be just us, to be a woman, to be free. That's there. So some of my poetry actually here, what I'm going to share, but I'll first recite that in Tamil, and then I'll recite that in English. There are so many questions that the society has on trans women. Why are they doing? Why are you doing? Why are you misbehaving? Why are you wearing such kind of dresses? Why are you begging? Why are you? Don't you have a family? Why are you misbehaving? So many questions, of course. But we as trans women, we also have so many questions to the society. So my Tamil poem, Ongi Kaithattu, is one such poem where we don't clap, the community of trans women don't clap for begging. Rather, we clap to ask you a question. So it's called Ongi Kaithattu, the original poetry. Tirunangaye, பெருமழையின் போது ஒலிக்கின்ற பேரிடி போல பூமி அதிர அதிர ஓங்கி உன் கைகள் பெற்றோரை முதியோர் இல்லத்தில் தள்ளிவிட்டு காண்பதற்கு நேரமின்றி காசு பண்ண அலையும் இரக்கமற்ற பிள்ளைகளின் இருண்ட இதயங்களில் வெளிச்சக்கீற்று வரும் வரை ஓங்கி ஓங்கி தட்டுன் கைகளை தாமொழியை மறந்துவிட்டு அடிமை மொழியாய் எண்ணி பெருமையாய் கற்கும் அறிவற்றோர் அனைவரும் வெட்கி தலை குனிந்து வேகமாய் தமிழ் கற்க ஓங்கி தட்டு உன் கைகளை மதங்களின் பெயரால் பெண்களை அடிமை கொள்ளும் மனம் இருண்ட கலாச்சார காவலர்களின் மடமை ஒழிக ஒழிக என்று ஓங்கி ஓங்கி தட்டு உன் கைகளை ஏர் உழுத நிலங்களை ஏமாற்றி வாங்கிக் கொண்டு பன்னடுக்கு வீடு கட்டி கூறு போட்டு கூவி விற்கும் பெருமுதலாளிகளின் செவிப்பறை கிழிந்து தொங்கும் வரை ஓங்கி ஓங்கி தூண் கைகளை இதுவரை நமக்காக கைதட்டி கையேந்திய கைகள் கேலியை கிண்டலை நெருப்பாக சுட்டரிக்க ஓங்காரம் எழுப்பிய இக்கைகள் மகிழ்ச்சியிலும் குலவியிலும் கூப்பாடு போட்ட இக்கைகள் இனி புத்தகங்கள் திறந்து புது உலகம் சமைக்கட்டும் அநீதிகளை அம்மனமாக்கி சவுக்க கொடுக்கட்டும் மாபெரும் சபைகளில் மாமனிதர் நடுவினில் தோள்களில் மாலையோடு கை கூப்பி வணங்கட்டும். And that's the Tamil poetry. So for most of you, thank you. So for many of you who don't understand, well, I'm going to read a few stanzas in English as well. So in English, it's called as clap aloud. Clap aloud, Tirunangai. Tirunangai is a beautiful word in Tamil for hijra, transgender women. Tamil language itself is a language that is very progressive. It kind of changes with time and recognizes everybody, includes all marginalized communities, respects them. It's such a volatile but yet very fluid language. Clap aloud, Tirunangai, clap aloud. Like a crack of thunder that shocks the world during a great rain. Clap your hands aloud until the ray of light streaks across the dark hearts of those offsprings who run after money in a rat race. passing their elders in old age homes. Raise your hands and clap aloud, my Tirunangai, clap aloud. They forget mother tongue and proudly speak another language. Make them bow their head in shame and spread Tamil fast like the power of flame. Your clap should prod them. Clap, girl, clap. The foolishness of fanatics who subjugate women in the name of religion. Clap your hand, clap, 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 to cry aloud. Down, 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 the culture corpse, down, down, down. Drum a drum, my girl, drum a drum. The greedy ones who cheat the poor farmers and rob them of their only lands to build multi-stories and sell them for a price so high till their eardrums tear off and hang out below their earlobes. Clap aloud, Tirunangai, clap aloud. These hands, my Tirunangai, these hands that clapped for money till now. These hands, Tirunangai, these hands that clapped to ignite fire, to burn the hackles and mocking. These hands, my Tirunangai, these hands that clapped in rhythm of joy and clapped in happy festivity. Hereafter, may these hands open books to build new heaven. May crack the whip to strip injustice naked, and may these hands, my Tirunangai, these hands, join the palms to accept the honor garlanded on grand occasions of learned gatherings. So that is the clap aloud poetry. So as much as many of you have questions on one of the marginalized communities of trans people, we also have questions to the entire society, of course. So many questions we do have. And writing for social change is my agenda, actually. Writing for social change is agenda for activism. It's my literature. My literature is for empowering the transgender, underprivileged transgender people. I write their experiences, I write my experiences. I write, I voice, I document their lives, and I bring it to the public. I run an organization called Sahodari Foundation, in which we have a project called the Red Wall Project. Again, the Red Wall Project is all about writing. So we meet the trans community, especially trans women. We talk to them and document. We encourage them to write their experiences of abuse on a piece of paper. And then we paint their palms in red, and then impress their red palm on their writing. And we exhibit these writings, the Red Wall Project writings, in universities, in colleges, in galleries. And we also evoke discussions on the violence that is forced upon the marginalized, victimized transgender people. And these Red Wall writings, which are testimonials by the trans women, are very powerful, are authentic documents that actually tell the stories of each and every person. I think these documents are important. I think we're trying to get the consent of the community members to publish it. Because what the media projects about trans women, especially cinema, has projected about Tirunangaigal, about Hijra community, is absolutely a crap. It's unacceptable. For many, many years, they have projected the transgender community as a clown, as sex offenders, and for their own comic relief. So it's important for our people to, write their experiences, voice their concerns, and stand for our own justice. in 1871, upon the arrival of the British and their colonization of our country, they introduced the Criminal Tribes Act. The Criminal Tribes Act actually criminalized more than 33 communities of people. Some of those communities also include the Dalit communities, the tribal communities, the gypsies, and the trans community, then called as eunuchs. So at that time, in 1871, in the 19th century, eunuchs were actually not begging on streets, not doing sex work. They were entertainers. Any community that is, that is exploited, that is misunderstood, that is marginalized, it's very essential that we document our lives, our history. And literature is the only place where it is documented. One of the first literature from the transgender community itself came very late, actually. It came only in 2007 by Revati, in Tamil called Unarvam Uruvamam. And then another trans woman wrote a biography called I Am Vidya. And then I released my first poetry book in Tamil called Kuri Arutte. And then there was Aravanigal in Ulagam, something like that. Transgender Ethnography, a book written by a trans woman called Priya Babu. Until today in India, literature from the transgender community, from the first person accounts, are very less. Not more than 15, not more than 20. So it's so important that the first person accounts much more valuable. And literature has a huge change, especially I can say that in the Supreme Court case, NASA versus Union of India, where the National Legal Services Authority filed a public litigation petition asking for the Supreme Court to recognize the transgender community. That was in 2011 or 12 that the NALSA, National Legal Services Authority, actually filed a petition in the Supreme Court. The case was there in the Supreme Court for a few years, and on April 15, 2014, the Supreme Court of India legally recognized trans women, transgender people. You see, so many years, it took so many years for the community to emerge as citizens of this country. Even though in our Indian Constitution, the Constitution does not specify a man or a woman. It's not even about binary genders. It says a person of this country, not a woman or a man of this country. And in the Supreme Court, during the hearings, many of our writings proof that we need recognition, we need legal recognition, we need social inclusion, we need to be recognized with all rights, and we need protection from discrimination, we need legal protection and all that. But literature saved us from such kind of, from living in lurch. All the documents that we wrote, all the poetry that we wrote, all our biographies and stories and first-person accounts and storytelling and personal, the videos and how we actually narrated, and the public hearings that our community people spoke in front of the Supreme Court judges. These were all very important. These testimonials were very important. And this is what led to a change. So literature has the ultimate power to change marginalized society and uplift and empower them. So as students and research scholars and everyone, what you're doing with queer literature, some of you are doing research work on queer literature. It's very fascinating for me as a writer and an activist and an artist to know that many students actually have been doing research on queer literature and on trans literature, because the available source of material is very less, and how you're going to navigate it, how are you going to meet the writers, meet the community, and being researchers are all cisgendered, straight people. So are you going to write your thesis from your perspective as a cisgender man and woman, or are you going to write this from queer perspective? I would say that write it from a queer perspective. That will do ultimate justice. So you need to meet hundreds of trans people and queer people to know the real life experiences, the lived in experiences. What you see is not what you see. So that is another thing that I wanted to say. I want to read my other poetry that I recently wrote for my book, We Are Not the Others. So it's about don't tell that to me. Wherever I go as a trans woman, as an activist, or as a writer, or as an artist, the moment I'm identified mostly as not as a writer or an activist or a, artist, or speaker. I'm identified as a transgender woman. That is the first thing that I'm identified with. So there are curious stares and, curious questions and all that. So I've pinned all that down into a poetry. So my next poetry that I'm going to read is about that. Don't tell that to me. I'm tired of you telling me that I don't look like a transgender woman. I'm tired of you telling me I look just like a real woman. I'm tired of you telling me I am so brave. I'm tired of you telling me everything is perfect except my voice, which could be more feminine. I'm tired of you asking me when was the first time I felt that I'm a transgender. I'm tired of you asking me if I live with my family. I'm tired of your curiosity. I'm tired of your sympathy. I'm tired of your stare. I'm tired of your whispers. I'm tired of you asking me to bless you. To you and to the million others, I want to shout, I'm made of flesh and blood, of fear and hope, of joy and pain. I'm like you. I'm human too. So that is the poetry called Don't Tell That to Me. So whether it's a poem or it's prose or it's a novel or an autobiography from the queer community, when it comes from us, the queer people, the trans community, it is very authentic and it's very powerful. It's a lived-in experience. And I think you should all be reading it because many of you might have, we all have stereotypes on many people, especially if today many of the trans community people are begging and doing sex work. Don't you want to change that? Don't you want them to be living a very normal, respectful, dignified life? Yes or no? Yes or no, please? Of course. So how can we bring that transformation? One thing is on the literature side, on the artistic side, on the activism side, on the judiciary side, on the medical side, on the legal side, there are so many changes happening, and each one of us from the LGBTQI community is working towards social justice, social inclusion, social transformation. But as a young person, as a as a student, your contributions, even one step, is an important step. Tomorrow, when you go in a train or in a bus, you meet a trans woman, and you just smile at her instead of mocking, instead of avoiding her, instead of fearing her. And tomorrow, if you become a businessman or a professional or, own a startup company or become a professor, if one of your student is queer, if one of your student is a transgender, if one of your colleague is a trans woman, if one of your, co-worker, colleague, or anybody from your company or a startup, your teammate, is a queer person, you need to learn to see them beyond their sexual orientation and gender identity. Being a gay, being a lesbian, being a transgender is just one part of a person's personality. It is a private thing to be, to be gay or a lesbian or queer or trans. But what we need to see them is much more than that. But we are mostly, as a society, are stuck in that. We need to learn to see them for contributions to our company, to our class, to our institution, to our family, to our society, to our country. So some of the most famous politicians of this country, have you seen any politician in our country who is openly gay? Can anyone tell me any politician who is openly gay, openly trans, openly, of course we have openly trans women who are into politics, but not really politicians, openly lesbian? Not really. Why so? Because there's so much of, there could be a lot of backlash and shaming and discrimination and all that. So past is past. I mean, as young people of today, you need to change our politics. Our politics needs to be inclusive. Our society needs to be inclusive. Inclusive of people of all genders, people of all sexual orientations. Everybody has a place. We need to see a person beyond their gender identity. We need to see a person and recognize them beyond their sexual orientation. If you look at the history, some of the inventions, discoveries, some of the most amazing artistic contributions, music, movies, everything have been done by queer people. How many of you have actually seen the Matrix trilogy? The Matrix trilogy. Okay, thank you. Okay, Matrix, all these three Matrix movies were actually directed by two transgender women. Can anyone tell who? Yes, Wachowski sisters. Lily Wachowski. Yes. Yes, and you look if you look at you know how the Matrix movie is. It's so futuristic, and it puts you into a lot of questions about the way we live in, the technology we are caught in, and puts us a lot of logical questions on the presence of us as an individual in our society. And such work of art is actually an art. Matrix is an art. Such works of art is very applaudable, very beautiful. And you don't say that nobody knows that it actually, many of you don't even know that it actually comes from true queer people, true trans persons. You see at the work and you marvel at it. It doesn't matter if they are trans or cis, it doesn't. So that is the way you have to look. You have to learn to look at a person's value. Don't see them on a face value, but look them beyond their face. Look them beyond their gender identity and sexual orientation. So as a person, as an activist from marginalized community, these are some of my messages that I wanted to share. I'm here because my parents accepted me. Otherwise, I would have definitely been a beggar or a sex worker. And tomorrow, if your brother's kid or even your kid is known as a queer person, comes out as a queer person, just accept them as they are. Because the purpose of studying all these books and hundreds of books and literature is not to actually grow your knowledge, but to make you a better person, is to make you a better human, is to broaden your perspective on humanity and to understand and try to understand a person from their perspective, their lived-in experiences. And when you began to see that, you become a superhuman. Thank you.
Wow. So can we please have another round of applause for the phenomenal Kalki Subramaniam? I think what we just witnessed wasn't just a talk. It was a moment of truth, a moment of courage, and most importantly, a moment of inspiration. Kalki ma'am didn't just share her story with us. I think she invited us into a world where limitations are shattered, identities are celebrated, and most importantly, where resilience reigns supreme. I think her voice, it cut through the noise and it spoke right into our souls. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'm so sorry to do this in front of you, but I think I am responsible of appreciating what I witnessed. From breaking societal barriers to redefining what it means to lead with compassion, she is proved and she has reminded us all that true change does not happen by chance, it happens by choice. And today she reminded us all of the power that we hold when we make that choice to stand tall and speak for ourselves. Thank you so much, ma'am. And if our words have lit a fire inside you, I don't think you're alone. I think we all felt that fire of transformation inside us during her talk. We are forever changed by what we've heard today. Her words are going to echo far beyond this room into our lives, our actions, and the way we see this world. And I think you guys must have understood where I'm trying to go with this. Her words are going to stay with us really, really long. And we all know that her life is so vast, so inspiring that it's hard to cover it all in one session. And I know many of you are bursting with questions so that we can dive deeper into her life, her vision, and her story. So yeah, Kalki ma'am, we would love to open up the stage for a Q&A session right now. So if you have a question, please stand up. One of our volunteers are going to come to you with a mic. Don't hesitate.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You said that you had questions for us, so we would like to know what those questions are for us as a society.
The questions that I actually have being asked by the society generally is that why do trans women, why do trans women misbehave in trains, and why do trans people dress up in certain ways? Why are they why aren't they normal? And why are they abusive and all that? The question that I have for the society is that, have you ever seen a transgender person, you know, looting in politics? Have you seen any transgender person being a terrorist? Have you seen a transgender person raping someone? Such and such important questions I have for the society. It is rather us who have been raped, who have been terrorized, who have been stripped, who have been victimized. So there is no question, there shouldn't be any questions actually from the mainstream community to us. Rather, we have hundreds of questions to the mainstream society that why have you left us on streets? Why have you left us as beggars? Why have you abandoned us from our families? Why have you kept the narrative on gender so narrow? Why don't you accept gay people? Why don't you accept transgender people? Why don't you accept lesbian people as they are? What is your problem with gender identity? What is your problem with sexual orientation? What is your problem with LGBT community? What is the problem with yourself? Is my question.
Thank you, ma'am, for the irrespective of gender, you made us realize that we have to celebrate ourselves. And you said that women never realize how, no, they never separate of womanhood. And it's absolutely true that every day we grumble. Why you're born as a woman, so much of struggle every day. But instead of all that, you made us realize that irrespective of gender, love yourself. Thank you for, in this stage, you made us realize each and every one, irrespective of gender, love yourself. Thank you for that. No questions at all.
Thank you,
Because
ma'am.
we
Thank you.
have questions, but we never find answers.
Thank you for
We all
sharing
have
that with.
questions, but you made us realize that.
Oh, that's
Thank
lovely.
You.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. This is Poonam.
Hi, Poonam.
That was a wonderful and heart-touching session which we just had. I just wanted to know what is the role of your family? You said is very supportive, was very
Yes.
supportive.
Yes.
The role of your family and friends in the journey that you had in what you are today and inspiration to all of us. What was the role of them, your friends and family?
I think when I came out to my mother and my sisters, I was 13 years old. And they broke down in tears, and they were so afraid of me because, you know, the perception of the image, the perception, the social place of a trans person who changes, a person who changes gender was very shameful. And you know, my parents had no examples or role models to look into for a person who was like me. So they were naturally very afraid. They were afraid that I will be destroyed by the society for being who I am. But it took me a lot of courage and strength to tell them that I will not be a victim. So I had to work right from my childhood to work on my life, on my social life, family life, and everything, on my education and everything. I had to constantly prove. And that was, of course, that was very, very difficult. But I think I also, in between that, I also found that it's not about my struggle anymore. It's also a struggle for people like me. So when that thought, that dawned on me, my own struggles didn't matter anymore. So my family also began to understand, and they became supportive. My mother, my eldest sister, younger sister. It's a women's clan, my entire family is. My grandmother, my chittis and aunties and everyone. So slowly they began to respect and accept me. And I think the entire reason is my mother. She saw me as a child, not as a male child or as a female child. She just saw me as a child of her. And I think that's what mothers are. Mothers are very special. And mothers always see their children as such. But unfortunately, not every mother actually has that mother feeling. If so, if otherwise everyone has accepted, I think I wouldn't have seen so many of my friends with struggling life. So my family was accepting, and that is a privilege that I got. I would call it a privilege because my friends don't have it. My transgender sisters don't have it. You may not call yourself that a privilege because it's a natural thing that your family accepts you. You're a part of your family. But for me, it's a privilege because my friends don't have it. So I think in that way, I've been tremendously lucky to be supported by my family. And I would say my strength is my family, and particularly my mother. Yes.
Hello, ma'am. As first transgender woman to star in a lead cinema role, how do you feel about the representation of trans women in cinema? And how would you like it to change?
I think I was so happy and excited when I got this opportunity to actually star in a movie in 2010. The name of the movie is Nartaki. It's a Tamil movie and it's available on YouTube now, of course. So the music was by G.V. Prakash. By the way, the producer was a woman, Punnagipu Geeta. The director was a woman named Vijaya Padma. And the music was by G.V. Prakash and the lyrics were by Na Muthukumar. I have the privilege to work with such wonderful actors like Girish Karnad sir, such wonderful choreographers like Raghuram Master and Shivshikar Master. And it was such a beautiful experience for me. I found that acting was very normal for me. I was not afraid at all. And it so happened that my first shot in the first movie itself was me crying. So that was very easy to do, of course. So I cried in the rain. That was my first shot. I was very comfortable with the camera, and there were more than 25 characters from the transgender community that were did in the movie. And I made sure that all my entire clan of friends acted in that movie. And we all spoke in our own voice, no dubbing voice. Made sure that everyone speaks in their own voices. And in the movie also, my name is Kalki. And when they put on title cards, my name is the first, Arimugam Tirunangai Kalki. So that was, I think in the history of Indian cinema, a trans woman comes in the title card as an actor first, was my name. So it was beautiful, fanciful at that point of time. Even after almost 14, 15 years today, trans people struggle to get a very big identity and a place in our Indian cinema. Many of the mainstream actors grab the opportunities from the trans actors, not directly, of course, but a role that can be played by a trans woman is actually done by an actor, a male actor or a female actor. I'm not saying it's wrong, because an actor can experiment with any kind of role, but you need to see the perspective from the marginalized community. There are so many actors who deserve opportunities. So actors need to be socially conscious as well. So for me, acting Nartaki was one of the beautiful experiences of my life. And my mother, this is extra news that I'm telling you. She came for my audio release of the movie. And then during her speech, she was telling, I am proud of my daughter, Kalki. That was a moment that made me realize that, oh my God, I've done so much in life and I've made my mother proud. Yeah, That was it.
Kalki ma'am, first of all, I would like to say that it's been a very, very engaging session. We were spellbound literally, and we couldn't just take off our eyes from you. Like, it was so interesting the way you handled this session. And my question here is like, ma'am, you have been invited as a guest speaker to the Harvard University, to the United Nations, like, and you spoke on your works. When you have traveled abroad, what is the treatment that is given to the transgenders in the other countries? Because we know how they are treated here in India. And what is that message that you want to convey to the global leaders?
Thank you for asking me that question. And I think that's a very important question that I would like to answer because I wanted to break certain beliefs also in this. Because we think that trans people, queer people outside this country, our India, are living a rich, happy life. It's not. I have been to the US, I've been to Canada, I've been to Europe as well. But I see that trans people are same everywhere. They struggle, they are pushed out of their families, they are unemployed, they're homeless. I went to New York, I went to Los Angeles, and through my friends, I met some of my other transgender people there, my friends. I see that they're unemployed. They have around $900 from their support from the government. $900 is like 60,000, 70,000 rupees, of course. But in India, that much money, you can have a comfortable life, but not in the US. Because being a homeless person, they need to find a home somewhere for themselves. You can't travel in buses in Los Angeles. I literally found no public transport in Los Angeles. Everybody travels in a car. So you need to, if you're living in LA and other places, you need to have a car. And trans women, trans people cannot afford being homeless, being unemployed, more than that, being very unsafe. You know, the gun laws in the US are very scary. And anybody can buy a gun if they are 18 years old, and anybody can shoot anybody. So many trans women, I think in the last year, 2023, more than 48 transgender women have been shot dead. And most of them murdered. No, I wouldn't even say shot dead. Murdered. And most of them were shot dead. And many of them were black trans women. So in India, if you take, of course, our community people are also, trans women here are also begging and marginalized, homeless and all that. But here, there is some sort of acceptance at the very brim, very lower level, because it has cultural connections, religious connections and all that. People are a little tolerant to a certain extent, not to the extent of killing somebody. We still have murders here, but not that many, actually, like in the US. But in India, one beautiful thing is when trans people actually are rejected by our families, we are united as the rejected. That's what I wrote in the poem also. We are united as the rejected. So that is our strength. That is the strength of our culture, I think so. I usually don't talk about culture and all that. But Hijra community here has a culture that you're rejected by your family. Some trans woman adopts you as a daughter. And you have an entire relationships of maternal relationships of, your mother, a trans mother, a trans sister, a trans sibling, trans grandmother, trans great-great-grandmother. And even at the young age, you would have a daughter, a granddaughter, and all that. Great-great-granddaughter and all that. So a 26-year-old trans woman can also have a great-great-granddaughter within the trans community's culture. So it's only women here. It's only trans women's relationships here. That is the strength of our community here. Also in Sri Lanka, also in Nepal, Pakistan, and all these few countries.
unlike these, wherever wherever the British were migrating, living, wherever the Victorian moralities persisted, wherever religion was deep-rooted, propagated, their homophobia and transphobia have been so much deep-rooted. Fortunately, our country, of course, because of colonization, transgender people are still victims, but not to the extent of being killed with a gun. You know, we are homeless, but then we come together to survive, unite to survive. So in that way, I think trans people in India are much more safer and free than transgender people in Europe and North America.
Hello, ma'am. I wanted to just tell, first of all, I just want to tell you how glad I am to see, hear that your parents were really accepting. And in extension to that, I want to ask, what advice would you give to some queer person whose parents are not accepting, but they want to come out to their parents, they want them to know the truth, but they don't know how their parents would react? What kind of advice would you give to that person?
I think one of the first things I wanted to say is when your parents don't accept, don't get disheartened. Of course, your love for your parents, family, your mother is one thing, but when they don't accept you for the real person you are, or for your sexual orientation, or for your gender identity, it's a very traumatic, painful experiences. But that is not the end of you. I think there are support groups like Sahodari Foundation and other organizations that can intervene and counsel your family, your parents. And even after, if they don't accept, even after such counseling and support and all that, even after all this, they don't accept you, then the organizations will help you to continue your education, will help you with a shelter, place to live, will help you in finding an employment. It is not like when I was a teenager, I had no system of support. But today, we have so many organizations and activists. Being a transgender is legal in our country from 2014. And homosexuality is no more a crime in our country from 2017-18. So it's not like that anymore. And the corporate companies are coming forward with lots and lots of job opportunities for the LGBTQ community. And as a queer person, as a trans person, or a gay or a lesbian person, never stop getting educated. Never stop your school, your college, your university. Complete, get employed, empower yourself, live freely. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. So my question is really general and simple. So it is, what is identity according to you? Because when I'm in college, I am identified as a research scholar. And when I'm at home, I'm identified as a daughter. Okay, so is it place which decides my identity?
It's also the place and the people that decide your identity externally. But it's you who actually identify. Your true identity is how you identify yourself. Are you a strong person? Forget about gender. Are you a strong person? Are you somebody who is compassionate and who is kind? Are you full to your friends? Are you supportive to your family members? Are you taking care of your health? Are you taking care of your mental health? Are you on the right path of education? Do you have dreams? And I think all these questions sum up and it makes your persona. Are you reading? Are you being more knowledgeable? And how good are you with your friends? These are all your personalities, of course. So they sum up who you are. And that person is your real identity. Here you're a student. At home you're a daughter. And in some other place, for example, in a cinema hall, you're an audience. Here also you're an audience and a student. So our identities change with places and people and context, of course. But how we are inside, how we respect ourselves, how we accept ourselves. I might be black, I might be brown, I might be short, I might have a very high-raised forehead. I might be, very healthy and stout and fat. I might be very lean. And I can't speak fluent English or I can't speak Tamil, may be differently able. Whoever I am, what do I see myself as is what is so important. And that, I think I saw myself as a very strong, courageous, beautiful person. And that's why I stay this way. And that's our identity, yes.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
First of all, I would like to say that it is such a huge pleasure to listen to you in person. So
Thank you.
my question is, in today's world, I think like disrespecting someone is normalized. Like disrespecting in terms of their age or seniority, whatever it is, like people take it for granted, like if they're superior to them, if they're younger, like in terms of gender, and disrespecting not only in terms of verbal abuse, also like physical, like it just incorporates a lot of stuff. So what is your take on it, like the term of disrespecting others? Because like I believe like I respect everyone regardless of their position or whatever it is. When disrespectful is both the sides, it is no problem. But when disrespectful is only from the one way around, like there it creates a huge chaos on the person who is being disrespected. What is your take on it? So how did you manage all those? Yeah, thank you.
I think if someone is disrespectful to the other person and judging on their looks, their age, uh, their body parts, and their height, whatever it is, if someone judges you and is disrespectful, they're immature people. And you just ignore them because they need to grow up. And I think if you said you are respectful, that's a very good thing because you are matured. Stay this way and ignore everyone who is judgmental about others and about you. That's it. Because if you keep worrying about other people, you would lose a lot of productive time to yourself. So let them learn their lessons in their own life. You enjoy your life. That's all. Gautam, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll conclude this with my question. Ma'am, this question is based on one of the experiences I've had. I was traveling by train and a transgender individual approached me asking for money. And when I said I didn't have any, they poked me with a needle multiple times. It was a very distressing encounter, and I've been reflecting on it since. I understand that not everyone's action represent one community, but experiences like these can shape perceptions in some people, and that too in a very troubling way. How do you believe society can address such situations without reinforcing these negative stereotypes while still advocating for dignity and rights of transgender community? And what can individuals like me do in these situations to engage with the community more meaningfully and supportively?
I'm so sorry that experience happened to you, and on behalf of that person who actually perpetrated such kind of unacceptable action, and I will even call it a violence on you. I'm so sorry about that, and I apologize on behalf of her who didn't apologize. And I just want to tell you that what she did was wrong, and it's punishable. It's offense. It's a crime. It's punishable. And it just says that not every transgender person is pavam, you know. And some of them go over the board for money. And that's a crime. And any perpetrator, is irrespective of their gender, needs to be punished. I accept that. And as for you, I'm very happy that you did not generalize that because this trans person actually misbehaved with me and perpetrated violence on me. All trans people are like that. I hate them. So you did not say that, and you did not behave as such. You came to me and you spoke to me very sweet. It reflects that you see us beyond that one person.
So that is exactly what I want everybody to see. Just because somebody is begging or tormenting you in a train, it does not represent the entire transgender community. Because we transgender people are also mocked, discriminated, and beaten up, murdered, raped almost every other day by men, and sometimes even by women, of course. And if the men and women who are our parents who actually threw us out of our homes. Yet I'm sitting here in front of you talking to you all who are mostly cisgender people, of course. So, as I said, you see that person's action as only that person's action. But yet you stand for transgender rights, right? Queer rights, LGBTQI rights. And that's exactly what everyone has to do. One person's action from one community does not represent define an entire community's beliefs or thoughts and actions. But I empathize with you, and if sometimes things like that happen, next time you need to call the police immediately. You need to definitely call the police. You need to take a picture of the person who did it, report to the police, railway police as soon as possible. Don't ever be a victim. Raise your voice. Fight for your rights. Your body is your right. Nobody has the right to touch it until unless you give permission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Vanakkam, madam.
Vanakkam, sir.
Ma'am, I was chance to teach your poem, False I Cut, for the BSc students.
Yes, sir.
I tried my level best to give the meaning and the problems through your poem.
Thank
when
you,
I
sir.
read your poem, I found a particular paragraph, ma'am. I don't want the ovary that carries the extretion of your caste and religious fanaticism. Okay.
Yes.
From the way you expressed, I am able to understand that you don't want the ovary. But if you have the ovary, if you bear a child, how the child would be? Because from the way you have spoken, and I have seen so many interviews, ma'am, if it is any other poem, we would get ready-made guides. Ramjal, Raghugul Tilak, at least Minerva will be there.
Okay.
For your poem, we didn't get anything. So through your interviews, through your expressions, I got the meaning and was able to clear it. But you are more liberal in thinking. You don't have any discrimination. You celebrate your identity more than the woman. Your identity is much celebrated. So in such a liberal-minded person, if they bear a child, I imagine how the child would be. So hate the ovary or you want it?
Thank you, sir. In all my years of speaking in a academic institute, nobody has asked me that question. Thank you for asking me that important question, very thought-provoking, and what to say, like a very deep interpretation of my poetry as well. I think if I had a child, I think I'd be very afraid, sir. I'd be very afraid. I'd be scared because I don't think I have that maturity to handle a child because motherhood is so, needs a lot of work, lots of patience, and lots of sacrifices as well. I mean, physically, work and all that. So for me, if I bear a child, I think, and if it happens, I will not avoid it, definitely. And I will embrace the child and make sure that if the child is a male or a female or a transgender or a intersex or whatever that child is, that child is one of the most compassionate, kind-hearted person in the entire world. I'll make sure that. Thank you for asking that question, sir.
Hello, madam. This is Dr. Thomas Alva Edison. First of all, I thank the organizing committee to arrange this kind of guest because we felt really happy. Last semester, sir handled this class, and this semester, I'm handling the class.
Okay.
So that is the relativity between sir and me. And even before you sent your this speech, I met you in the hotel and then we discussed. So I was also astonished in this particular stanza, how you experienced, and there in that stanza itself, it started debate in my class. And it was a really healthy discussion. Different perspective people who have given answers. I was shocked how people who are thinking beyond the level of student. And this generation will create more awareness to the society, and this transgender's lives will be uplifted in future. That one point, that confidence which I have. Another point, and being a teacher, I am handling this Constitution of India past 5 years. And I even most of my students who are preparing for UPSC. So my which is, and you are the first person who came out of the shell, and you created a lot of awareness and taking a lot of responsibility for the upliftment of this transgender. So the thing is, people who are starting and involving in all the fields, even the government sector and private sector, as well as this voluntary organization and so on. So my worry is, and you people needs to participate in and even to become ward councillor and chairman and president of a village and even MLA, and you will become a council of ministers and even member of parliament, and in future the prime minister as well as the president of India, because being a citizen of India you have all rights to get all the privileges of a nation, and you people places and you can implement lots and lots of favor to this community. That's my worry and that's my wish, and I believe you can create a lot of awareness wherever you go, and you will try to motivate all these people to come as a teacher as well as a speaker and good writer in future.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your perspective. I think any minority community, including the trans community, needs to be in politics, represent, because political representation brings a wider, truer change as a sustainable change through policies and acts and laws, of course. So I totally agree with you. No second opinion on that. And some of our trans people are already councillors in Tamil Nadu. And I think in Chhattisgarh, there is a mayor as well from the trans community. Many years ago, Shabna Mausi, a trans woman, became MLA in Madhya Pradesh. But unfortunately, at that time, the court actually dismissed that. Even though she was elected by majority of the people, she became an MLA, but the court dismissed. That was the kind of judiciary and understanding that we had in those ages, in the 80s, 70s, and all that. Now is also the right time for trans people to get into politics, but at the same time, women as well as trans women, the current scenario is that politics is shaming women. Character assassination is being done to women who are in politics. And it will be done definitely to the trans people as well. But we need to ignore all that. Women need to ignore all that. And trans women, trans people also need to ignore all that. And stand up in politics, enter, as you said, in every arena of politics. Because that also brings a true change of power and true empowerment. Thank you for sharing that, sir. And I'm sure that this year, since you are teaching the poetry and all that, you will do wonders. Thank you for sharing that.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
This is not a question, definitely not a question, just I want to share something. Here in your poem, this poem is in Tamil, so I'm not going to translate though. நல்ல வேளை பிறப்பால் நான் பெண்ணில்லை என்னை பெண்ணாக நீங்கள் ஏற்க மறுத்ததே எனக்கு கிடைத்த விடுதலை.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, beautiful lines. Let me tell you one thing. Around 90% of women who are here should have regretted at least once in their lifetime for having born as a woman.
True.
Yes,
Is
do you
it
agree?
true?
Women, and that too in this patriarchal society,
Yes.
where women are subjected to humiliation and embarrassment right from the childhood. You're a girl, you are supposed to behave like this. You're a girl, you're supposed to act like this. Moreover, puberty. Puberty is something that happens naturally. And here in South India, they celebrate puberty, embarrassing the girl to the maximum. Okay, getting her to sit in front of 1,000 men, saying that her menstruation has started. And then again, she has to confine herself inside a room for 5 days. What is the logic in this? So, I don't think identity of a person should depend on their gender.
And their genitals.
And their genitals. Genitals does not matter. Just because you have genitals does not mean that you can rule over a woman.
Yes, that's true.
Identity. Your identity, you're an author, you're an activist. My identity is that I'm a professor. That should be the identity. What you're doing, what you're working as, what is your contribution should become your identity, and not the gender. Definitely not the gender. I believe you agree with me.
I actually have one question for all the married ladies here. If we want to go back in time, would you actually prefer being single or being married?
Definitely single.
Ma'am, yourself, what would you prefer?
Definitely single. Maybe that's a lesson for people not
You
married
prefer
yet.
being single, but you celebrate motherhood. Okay. Okay.
Motherhood, definitely, yeah. Being a mother, I enjoy as a mother.
Okay.
But being a mother and a wife and a woman in this society is a torture.
Thank you for this statement, ma'am. But obviously, that's also sometimes true, looking at how women are treated in our society. As I think most of women I've met wanted to go back in time and be single, and also wanted to make choices differently, of course. But I think we can't do that at this point in time. We don't have a time machine. So we have to learn to live and adjust, and then learn to accept things. But at the same time, be smart and navigate how to solve problems, yet stand up on our own with our individuality. Most of you married women here all don't have to teach you. You all earn a lot, and you all stand on your own legs. Most of you might be even breadwinners in your family. So you have a standing there, and I think you are in a position to even decide. So not everything is bad. Let's focus on good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kalki ma'am, for those insightful and deeply moving responses. Each question, each answer has only deepened the impact of today's session. From the stories you've shared to the wisdom you've imparted, we've all been taken on a journey, one that has challenged us to think, to feel, and to act. Today, we've just not been inspired, we've been empowered to create change in our own ways. Kalki ma'am, your words, your presence have left a lasting imprint on all of us. And I'm sure that everyone in this room is walking away with a renewed sense of purpose and perspective. Let's give her one more sumptuous round of applause for gracing us with her time, her wisdom, and extraordinary spirit. Thank you once again, Kalki ma'am. You've truly lit a spark in all of us today.
I would like to share something. The reason why I'm sharing space with Kalki madam is that I'm connected with her family for the past 30 years. And her sister, Mrs. Vasanti, and myself, actually, we were three friends, very close friends. during our undergraduation and post-graduation. And we traveled together, right? And I had been to her house also. I know all the members of her family, except, yes. So I started sending a lot of messages to my friend, like why she has not introduced her sister. She started replying me, sorry, sorry all the time, right? So I'm, but then it's a really a splendid opportunity for me to get introduced to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that inspiring and thought-provoking session. And thank you, Abhijit, for moderating this session beautifully. Thank you for encouraging to think more critically about inclusion and acceptance. Thank you once again for your invaluable contribution to Sahitya 2.0. We will now take a break to refresh and recharge. Tea and snacks will be served in the lobby, mini hall 2. Please join us back here at 3:30 p.m. for the next exciting part of Sahitya 2.0. Enjoy the tea.
We're now ready to dive into the third and the final session of day one at Sahitya 2.0. I am excited to introduce our moderator for this session, Ms. Anya Rajput, of first year biomedical. She will moderate the session of Ms. Shrikant. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rajput to the stage.
Yes, it's Shrikant KG, a multifaceted talent who is not only a gifted voiceover artist, but also a passionate advocate for social change and cultural dialogue. Known for his expertise in language and communication skills, he helps individuals improve their pronunciations and accents, enabling them to communicate more effectively in various countries. His post often features short video tutorials, live Q&A sessions, and interactive challenges that encourage followers to practice their skills. In for language learners and professionals alike. Apart from this, Mr. Shrikant is all praised for his versatility and ability to bring characters to life through his vocal performance. Like KFC, Amul, and Ferrero Rocher. His skill in adapting his voice to fit different styles and tones make him a sought-after talent in the industry. Today, we have the of hearing from Mr. Shrikant himself, whose insight promised to inspire and provoke thoughts. So let us open our hearts and minds to his words as we embark on an enriching journey. Join me in extending a warm welcome to welcome Shrikant KG.
Hey, beautiful souls. Everybody, hello, say hi. I can thank you enough for this warm welcome. So, hey, beautifuls, this is something that I used to when I start my long format videos. You know, back when reels were the thing. We have videos like, everybody, today I'm going to be talking about stuff. But now, and I've been learning English for the last 12 years. But my journey began when I was a kid. Maybe I think it was at my uncle's place. So we had this thing in Kerala because we used to go to our uncle's places when we were kids. and we watched TV there because back then at my place we didn't have television. So I was watching this English movie called Spider-Man. This one, not even Garfield. And as a kid, me was enjoying the action scenes, web slinging, and too much fun. The one thing I didn't enjoy or I couldn't comprehend was the dialogue. And I go, I studied in an English medium school. I should be able to understand that. But he told me it's their English. It's American English or British English, not our English. Then we had a speaker who was a foreigner. I was one of the organizers of this group, and I love this story, by the way. And where was I? The call, right? Yeah, after the call. I'm gonna learn English. So I started looking for some spoken English companies to no avail because I wasn't impressed by the teaching quality. Then I decided to Yes. Can you guys guess the name of this book? Harry Potter and? Absolutely. That's what it is. And the kid in me, not kid, but still, maybe an 18-year-old me was fascinated by the cover. Look at the cover, right? The flying car. Isn't that interesting? So I took up this book and I started reading it. After a couple of pages, I mean, I was able to read the book. I was able to understand the meanings of the words, but the sentence construction, the way, the writing style, I couldn't understand it. All right, all right. Am I audible now? Okay, perfect. So the sentence construction and the way it was written, I couldn't understand it. So I went back to my friends and asked them, like, what should I do? And they told